Yes, I didn't see him. What are you looking so sad about, Jack?
I'm surprised at you. I mean, I'm really insulted. I mean, that's not right what you just said.
What do you mean, what I just said?
I mean, I'm getting a drink of water. I'm late getting on, but you talking. I said something about the greatest heavyweight champ, man. I'm a hometown man, and you talking about Joe Louis, man. Joe Louis wouldn't be nothing for me. Joe, I tell you, Joe, do you think you would have stood a chance with me?
Well, Clay, one time during my career, I was on a bum of my tour.
I would have been a bum compared to you.
What's happening, my people? It's Cass Sports again, back for another afternoon with the family. That's right, you know what time it is. If it's Monday through Friday, 2 p.m., it's The Box Story, bringing you all that boxing history. Boxing is the greatest sport of them all. That's why we love it. Can't get enough of it. Salute to Miss Cass, because without her, none of this would be possible. Salute to everyone, and welcome to another episode of Cass Sports, The Box Storian. Today, women's boxing has the family today. Back at the beginning of another big week of boxing history. Hope everybody had a great weekend. You know, every now and then we take a look at women's boxing. That's what we're going to be doing today. This is the best women's boxing show of them all today. And we got a lot to get to. So let's get into our fight of the day. We're going to get started right away. So now, without further ado, today's fight of the day. Okay. The fight of the day today is Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano 3. July 11th, 2025. A controversial ending to a controversial trilogy. Taylor versus Serrano. July 11th, 2025. Controversial ending to a controversial trilogy. Okay, let's talk about it. Okay, here we go. Today's fight of the day. Undisputed super lightweight champion Katie Taylor retained her titles with a controversial 10-round majority decision over Amanda Serrano in their trilogy fight at Madison Square Garden in New York City. There were no knockdowns in the fight. Serrano, aged 36, landed the harder punches, and she was the one applying pressure throughout the contest. Taylor used a lot of movement and clinching to neutralize the offense from the sharper punching Serrano. Serrano's dominant punch output at the end of the fight, it appeared that Amanda had done enough to be given that decision. But two of the judges chose to side with the boxer, Taylor, scoring it. One judge had it 95-95 even, the other two had it 97-93, both for Taylor. The much higher output from Serrano made those scores look out of place for the fight that occurred that night. Not only did Serrano land and throw more shots, but her punches were harder. Okay, but Taylor got the nod. Mike Rim, Thomas Hill in the building. Fight of the day. Today is on women's boxing, and the fight of the day is Taylor Serrano 3. We salute to Thomas Hill and Mike Rim. Women's boxing. Okay, let's continue with the fight of the day. Yeah, it appeared Amanda Serrano had done enough to get the nod, but the judges sided with Taylor. Okay? Not only did Serrano land and throw more shots, but the punches were harder. Okay? But now Taylor's constant movement was annoying to watch, as she had the size advantage over Serrano. Katie needed to show more aggression because her movement gave the impression that she was running from Serrano. That was a tactical fight at MSG that night. Okay? The fans at ringside were unhappy with the slow pace, the tactical style being used, and lack of shots being landed. Now, Serrano didn't help herself by choosing to box when the fight was slipping away from her. She was staying on the outside, throwing shots that often came up short due to her being too far away. It was weird to watch because she should have known that she was too far away to land those shots. Okay? In the championship rounds, the 9th and the 10th, Serrano fought with more aggression and landed some beautiful shots on Taylor after trapping her against the ropes. But Serrano often let Taylor move away before staying on top of her to continue to land. And Taylor ended up getting the nod. 97-93 on two judges' cards, 95-95 on the third. And there's your fight of the day. Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano. Katie Taylor retained her undisputed women's junior lightweight titles. Okay, so now we got a long one today, so let's get ready to get into it. You know, every now and then we'll do a show on women's boxing. That's today. Women's boxing. Here they are again, Katie and Amanda. How's everybody? Hope everybody had a great weekend. We're at Monday, starting another big week of boxing history on CAS Sports, The Box Story, bringing you all that boxing history. Okay, salute to Miss Cass, Thomas Hill, and Mike Grimm in the building. All right, let's get into it. Women's boxing. Oh, and I got the whole week mapped out. Let's talk over that real quick. Okay, today, of course, is women's boxing. Tomorrow is going to be, we're going to look at some young boxers, okay? Some of the top prospects for 2026. And about 10 young boxers that's not prospects, but 10 young boxers under 26 to watch in 2026. So tomorrow, young boxers and some of the top prospects going into the new year. Wednesday, boxing in the 1920s. We're going to go over boxing in that decade, some of the top boxers. Thursday, we're going to continue our series on the sanctioning bodies with the NBA/WBA. We're going to do both of those in the same day since the NBA turned into the WBA. Thursday, NBA/WBA. And the Profile Friday is the life and career of Paul the Punisher Williams. Paul Williams, you know, that big, tall welterweight was a matchup nightmare for anybody at 147. He had all that height, reach advantage, plus he was a sophomore, Paul. Floyd never got in there with him. When it was time for Floyd to fight Paul Williams, Floyd had one of his retirements. Pretty boy at the time, but I'm not saying Paul Williams would have beat Floyd, but that would have been a very intriguing matchup because Paul was a matchup nightmare for anybody. And then we never got the matchup with Floyd because Paul had that disastrous accident where he got paralyzed and effectively ended his boxing career. But that's the week on CAS Sports, The Box Story. Again, bringing you all that boxing history. Okay, women's boxing. Let's get into it. Okay, women's boxing is the segregated practice of the combat sport of pugilism by biologically female athletes. Now that's important. Biologically female athletes. We're going to get into that later on. Okay, got a very interesting part on that. And it's governed by rules adapted to account for empirical sex-based disparities in physical capabilities, including a 10 to 30% male advantage in strength, power, output, and punching force that necessitates separate competitive categories for fairness and safety. Okay? Yes. Necessitates separate competitive categories for fairness and safety. Now, the sport traces its origins to informal exhibitions in 18th century Great Britain, with the first documented sanctioned bare knuckles fight occurring in 1876 between Nell Saunders and Rose Harlem in New York City. There they are. That's the first known fight between two women. Okay, Nell Saunders and Rose Harlem in 1876 in New York. Though widespread professional acceptance lagged until the 1990s, when organizations like the Women's International Boxing Association began sanctioning titles, the Women's IBA, okay? Now, amateur women's boxing achieved Olympic debut in 2012, fostering global participation, while professional divisions under bodies such as the WBA and WBC have expanded, with current rankings reflecting active competition across weight classes as of 2025, as of the end of 2025, where we are now. Now, women were in the Olympics in 1904 when they first brought men and women's boxing into it, but for some reason they dropped women's boxing and kept men's. And it was over 100 years later in 2012 when they finally brought women's boxing back to stay. Now, key achievements in women's boxing include Clarissa Shields' feat as the first woman to claim undisputed world titles in 3 weight divisions. First boxer overall, really, to be undisputed in 3 weight divisions in the 4-belt era, okay? And highlighting elite performance among female competitors alongside figures like Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, who dominate pound-for-pound rankings currently, okay? Now, persistent controversies center on eligibility, particularly cases involving athletes with male typical biology, such as XY chromosomes or elevated testosterone, as seen in the 2024 Paris Olympics, where Imani Khalif and Lin Yuting, previously disqualified by the International Boxing Association for failing sex verification tests, were cleared by IOC, prompting concerns over disproportionate striking advantages and injury risks in a contact sport where biological males exhibit up to 162% greater punching power on average. Yeah, and those 2 women, boxers, Imani Khalif and the other one, were born men, but they transitioned to women, transgender women, and it actually allowed them to participate against women. But the proof that they know they're wrong is because transgender men, women transitioning from women to men, they don't put them in there with men. But the transgender men that transition to women, they put them in there with women. So by them not putting the women in there with the men that transition to men shows us that they know it's not right. They know it's not right. But they put the men that transition to women in there with men. In there with women. But they don't do it the other way, so that indicates they know it's not right. But they still did it. But we're going to get to that later. We got a whole section on that. Very interesting. We're going to get to that, okay? Let's look at history. History. A little history of women's boxing. Okay? Today is the 12th, right? Yeah. Oh, there we go. I was on the wrong section. Okay, let's get to this history of women's boxing. Now, there's 2 women way back in the 1800s. They fighting, had hats on and everything. It must have been Sunday. They got their Sunday hats on. Okay, history. Origins and early burials, 18th to the 19th centuries. Okay? 18th, 19th centuries. Where are we going to start out at? Now, the origins of women's boxing trace to early 18th century England, where bare knuckles prize fighting among women emerged as a public spectacle among the working classes. Now, the first documented fight occurred on October 2nd, 1722, when Elizabeth Wilkinson challenged Hannah Highfield by an advertisement in the London Journal proposing a contest under rudimentary rules. Combatants to fight on a stage until one dropped a half-crown coin held in hand, with a 3-guinea purse at stake. The Highfield accepted, vowing decisive blows, and the fight drew crowds to the Little Britain Amphitheater near Smithfield, marking the inception of recorded female pugilism. Now, Wilkinson, who later married boxer James Stokes and competed as Elizabeth Stokes, dominated early fights from 1722 to 1728, earning acclaim as the premier female pugilist of the era and instructing others in the art. By 1726, a formal championess title appeared alongside male equivalents, with fights featuring brutal tactics like gouging and hair pulling, absent standardized regulations. until the Mel Broughton's Rules of 1743. Now, indirectly influenced practices, those when the Broughton's Rules came in, indirectly influenced the practices. Now, these fights occurred in fairgrounds, taverns, and informal venues, often tied to male events, reflecting pugilism's roots in street fighting and prize money incentives for laborers. Okay? So, into the 19th century, women's boxing persisted primarily in Great Britain among mill workers, traders, and servants, with over 160 documented prize fights between 1850 and 1900. Many held discreetly in fields to evade scrutiny. Now, the prizes for these fights range from shillings to £10. A repeat fighter like a Yorkshire competitor claimed undefeated streaks exceeding 100 fights. However, Victorian morality imposed severe barriers. Fights were condemned as scandalous and unfeminine, contravening ideals of domestic fragility and prompting press portrayals of participants as threats to patriarchal order. Legal obstacles intensified, with 96 of 166 identified fighters facing courts, 32 convicted to fines or imprisonment, culminating in a British government ban on women's boxing in 1880, amid exclusion from even spectator roles at fights. They wouldn't even let the women come and watch them. That's how bad it got. They not only banned women's fights, but they banned women from coming to watch the fights. Okay, back in the late 1800s. Societal ridicule oscillated with sporadic fascination, but pervasive stigma relegated the sport to marginal underground persistence, limiting institutional development and broader participation. Okay, so let's look at the 20th century pioneers and some other bands, some further bands. 20th century pioneers and further bans on women's boxing. What are they allowed out there? God damn, excuse me for a minute. Jesus Christ. Yeah, man. Hey. Okay, excuse me. I'm back. Sorry about that. It's like they right there talking to each other, but like they're yelling to somebody outside or something. My daughter and my wife's voice, they both voices curry. Okay, I'm back. All right, so yeah, 20th century pioneers and bands. Okay. In the early 20th century, women's boxing occurred primarily through clandestine fights, carnival exhibitions, and vaudeville shows, often evading formal oversight due to prevailing views that the sport posed undue risk to female physiology and propriety. These activities were tolerated sporadically, but faced intermittent crackdowns. For instance, in Great Britain, local councils like Shoreditch banned exhibition fights as early as 1926. Formal professional licensing remained elusive in most places, with athletic commissions citing medical concerns over head trauma and hormonal differences as rationale for restrictions. Barbara Buttrick emerged as a central figure in challenging these barriers, beginning her career with over 1,000 exhibition fights against men and women across England, France, and the United States, starting in the late 1940s. standing at 4 feet 11 inches tall and weighing around 98 pounds. Buttrick, born in 1930, relocated to the United States in 1948 and secured recognition as the first undisputed women's world bantamweight champion in 1952 after defeating Phyllis Kugler by unanimous decision in a tournament final. Buttrick compiled a professional record of 30 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw amid persistent opposition, including a landmark 1954 fight against Jackie Tobin that became the first women's boxing match broadcast nationally on American television. Okay? Buttrick's advocacy extended beyond the ring. She lobbied state athletic commissions for licensing, and after retiring in 1961, Buttrick founded the Women's International Boxing Federation in 1989 to sanction titles and promote legitimacy. And the Women's International Boxing Federation has nothing to do with the regular IBF. Okay? Just got the same name, but nothing to do with each other. Not affiliated whatsoever. The WIBF and the IBF. Okay? So, other trailblazers included fighters like Polly Burns, who claimed the world championship in 1900 through informal challenges, and mid-century exhibitors such as Joanne Hagan, who faced Buttrick in televised fights. In the 1970s, American professionals like Marion Lady Tiger Tremillard and Pat Pinata petitioned for state-level approvals, securing the first documented United States boxing license for a woman in 1975. Okay, Pat Pinata. These efforts gradually eroded bans. The United States Amateur Boxing Federation lifted its prohibition in October 1993 following a federal lawsuit by 16-year-old Dallas Malloy, enabling the first sanctioned amateur women's fight that month. In England, the Amateur Boxing Association ended its 116-year amateur ban in 1996, allowing former competitions. Mexico followed with nationwide legalization on July 3, 1999, after decades of underground activity. Such milestones marked the transition from marginalization to institutional tolerance by centuries end, though professional variances persisted by jurisdiction. So women's boxing didn't really get on the map until the 90s, within the last 30 years. I mean, they had fights and everything, but it really didn't get totally legalized until within the last 30 years. Now, the institutionalization and Olympic inclusion, 1980s to 2012. Institutionalization and Olympic inclusion, 1980s, we're going to go in from 1980s to 2012 now, okay? In the 1980s, efforts to formalize women's boxing gained traction amid ongoing resistance from traditional boxing authorities, with Sweden becoming the first nation to sanction female competitions through its national federation in 1988. This marked an initial step toward institutional legitimacy in Europe, where underground and exhibition fights had persisted despite bans. Concurrently, professional sanctioning bodies emerged to organize titles outside amateur structures. Barbara Buttrick founded the International Women's Boxing Federation, the IWBF, in 1989. Establishing early world championship belts in multiple weight classes to promote structured professional fights. These organizations filled voids left by male-dominated federations, sanctioning fights that drew increasing crowds and media attention, though they operated with limited international oversight. Amateur boxing saw pivotal legal and organizational breakthroughs in the early 1990s. In the United States, a lawsuit by 16-year-old Dallas Malloy compelled USA Boxing to admit women, okay, leading to the first sanctioned amateur fight on October 9th, 1993, where Malloy defeated Heather Porter in Bremerton, Washington. This ruling integrated women into national amateur frameworks, enabling training and competition under standardized rules. Internationally, the Amateur International Boxing Association, the AIBA, formally recognized women's boxing in the 13th Congress in Beijing, China in 1994, lifting a long-standing ban and authorizing international amateur events. This endorsement spurred national federations to include women, culminating in the inaugural AIBA Women's World Boxing Championships in 2001 in Scranton, Pennsylvania, featuring 125 boxers from 30 countries across 5 weight classes, okay? First really women's amateur boxing tournament in the United States, just 2001, just about 25 years ago. Wow. Just 25 years ago. The path to Olympic inclusion accelerated in the 2000s as the AIBA advocated for women's events within the International Olympic Committee, the IOC framework, emphasizing growing participation. Over 30 nations fielded women's teams by mid-decade, okay? And safety protocols adapted for men's formats, including headgear and shorter rounds. In August of 2009, the International Olympic Committee Executive Board approved women's boxing for the 2012 London Olympic Games, introducing 3 women's categories: flyweight, lightweight, and middleweight, with 36 quotas total, ensuring gender balance in the sport's Olympic debut. The 2012 events featured 286 women athletes overall, with Nicola Adams of Great Britain winning gold in flyweight, validating the institutional shifts and drawing record viewership for women's combat sports. Yeah, in the 3 categories, Nicola Adams, Katie Taylor, and Clarissa Shields won gold. It was the lightweight, another category in middleweight. And those were the first 3 women to win gold medals in Olympic competition. Nicola Adams, Katie Taylor, and the GOAT, Clarissa Shields. And that was just 2012. That's 14 years ago. Yeah, women just getting in. Just 14 years ago, they just allowed them to compete in the Olympics. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Thomas, but the other protocols were cool. Yeah. And although I will say, if they want comparable bread, they have to abide by the same standards. That's very true, T. Hill. Very true. Okay, so modern expansion and milestones, 2012 to the present. Modern expansion and milestones from 2012 to the present. Okay. I done got off track with my display now. Bear with me for one moment, please. Memento, there we go. That's where we are now. Okay. We're talking about the modern expansion and milestones from 2012 to the present, from their first Olympics up to now in women's boxing. Now, women's boxing achieved a pivotal milestone in 2012 with its debut as an Olympic sport at the London Games, featuring 3 weight classes: flyweight, lightweight, and middleweight. Yeah, Nicola Adams won that flyweight, Katie Taylor at lightweight, and Clarissa Shields at middleweight. Now, Nicola Adams of Great Britain won gold in flyweight by defeating Ren Kan of China 16-7, marking the first Olympic gold medal awarded by a female boxer. Yeah, Nicola Adams won before Katie and Clarissa They were in the same Olympics, but Nicola was first. Katie Taylor of Ireland secured lightweight gold by a unanimous decision over Sofia Okegava of Russia, while Clarissa Shields of the United States claimed middleweight gold after a 17-16 win over Nadezhda Tolopova of Russia. Ooh, that was close, 17-16. The GOAT. This inclusion catalyzed increased global interest and participation, with United States USA Boxing reporting a 67% rise in female registrations from 2016 to 2024. 67%, wow. The subsequent Olympics expanded opportunities, adding 2 more weight classes in 2016 at Rio de Janeiro in Brazil to reach 5 total, and 6 by the 2020 Tokyo Games, okay? Now, Clarissa Shields repeated as Olympic champion in Rio de Janeiro in middleweight again, becoming the first American boxer to win consecutive gold medals. The GOAT. Now, the 2024 Paris Olympics maintained 6 classes, though controversies arose over eligibility for certain competitors, like Imani Khalif, who won gold at welterweight despite prior disqualification from world championships for failing gender eligibility tests under International Boxing Association rules. Now, the IOC overruled these, allowing participation based on passport gender. Plans for 2028 in Los Angeles include 7 women's classes for full gender parity with men. Yeah, and for 2028, like the IOC just went by whatever you have on your ID. You could be a transgender woman, transitioning from a man to a woman, but you got female on your ID. They allow you to participate. But this new organization, World Boxing, that will govern boxing in 2028, said, no, you got to do that test to verify your gender. X chromosome indicate female at birth, XY indicate male. And you got to take the test for 2028. We ain't going by you just putting female on your ID and then let you participate in it with these other women. No. And they know they're wrong because they don't let the women that transition to men participate with men. So they know they're wrong doing that nonsense. You know? It's wrong. Now, volleyball, kickball, dodgeball, sure mixed. But boxing is dangerous enough with 2 men in there and 2 women. Instead of having men in there fighting women, right? That's the story. This one lady, we're going to get to it later, but I'm going to tell it part of it now. This lady was fighting this man that transitioned to a woman. She quit after 26 seconds. After this fighter punched her 2 times, she said she had never been punched that hard, and she feared for her life, and she quit after 26 seconds. There was this fighter that transitioned from a man to a woman, fighting a woman, and the woman quit after 26 seconds after getting hit just twice. She said she could feel a difference, and she was not letting this fighter hit her again because she said she feared for her life, and she quit. Right? So, yeah, they got to do the test now. And if you got that XY chromosome, you're not competing in women's boxing, which I think is right. Huh? You know? That's just me. They have men and women's boxing for a reason. Okay. In the professional ranks, Olympic medalists transitioned successfully, boosting the sport's visibility. Clarissa Shields turned pro in 2016, achieving an undefeated record of 17-0 with titles across 3 weight divisions, and becoming the fastest boxer to claim undisputed championships in 2 weight classes by unifying WBA, WBC, IBF, and WBO belts. Katie Taylor, maintaining a perfect professional record, captured undisputed lightweight titles before moving up to super lightweight. A landmark event occurred on April 30th, 2022, when Taylor defended her undisputed lightweight crown against Amanda Serrano at Madison Square Garden. The first women's boxing main event there. Okay, first women to highlight a card at Madison Square Garden, drawing 1.5 million DAZN viewers and setting a record for women's combat sports pay-per-view. The 2024 rematch on the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul undercard generated approximately 1.6 million buys, further elevating purses and mainstream appeal. But that was mainly because of Jake and Mike. Right, let's be honest. Yeah. Some people were intrigued by that fight, Jake and Mike. But Amanda and Katie, part 2, was definitely a big draw too. They could have been the main event. By 2025, women's pro boxing continued expanding with high-profile matchups, including the Taylor Serrano trilogy on July 11th at Madison Square Garden, headlining the first all-women's card at the Garden, underscoring sustained growth in event scale and audience engagement. Participation metrics reflect this trajectory, with England boxing noting a 65% increase in female membership since 2017. These developments have professionalized the sport, attracting greater sponsorship and broadcasting deals while highlighting elite athletes' technical prowess. All right, women's boxing. Okay, so now let's look at some notable figures and achievements in women's boxing. So notable figures in women's boxing and some achievements in women's boxing. Okay. There's Barbara Buttrick again. She's one of the pioneers. She started the first sanctioning body that mainly dealt with women, and she was in the first women's fight on television. Okay? Barbara Buttrick. The notable figures and achievements. Trailblazing boxers. Barbara Buttrick, born September 15th, 1930, an English boxer who began competing in 1948 at age 18. She stands as one of the earliest modern pioneers of women's pro boxing. At 4 feet 11 inches tall, she acquired the moniker the Mighty Atom of the ring and amassed a reported pro record of 30 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw, while participating in over 1,000 exhibition fights across Europe and the United States against men and women to promote the sport amid widespread bans at that time. In collaboration with Phyllis Kugler, Buttrick secured the first women's boxing license in Texas in the 1950s, enabling sanctioned fights, and later founded the Women's International Boxing Federation in 1989 to sanction titles and legitimize female fights globally. And again, the women's IBF is not affiliated with the IBF, one of the big four. The women's IBF has nothing to do with that sanctioning body. Okay, we're looking at some pioneers and notable figures in women's boxing now. That's Jackie Tonawanda. Jackie Tonawanda, born in 1933. She was born Jean Jameson and self-styled the female Ali. She broke burgers as a heavyweight in the 1970s when professional opportunities for women were scarce. She trained at Gleason's Gym in New York from age 13 and competed in underground female boxing circuits before becoming the first woman and first Black woman granted a professional license by the New York State Athletic Commission in 1975. Tonawanda made history as the first female boxer to compete at Madison Square Garden in a 1975 fight against Larry Rodania, drawing attention to women's capabilities despite prevailing skepticism and legal restrictions. First woman to fight at the Garden. Okay. All right. That's Lady Tiger right there. Wait a minute. Right here. Yeah, that's Lady Tiger. Okay. Marion Lady Tiger Tremilliard emerged in the late 1970s as another key figure, becoming one of the first women licensed for professional fights in the United States and fighting a career record of 18 wins, 4 losses, and 5 knockouts against male and female opponents to challenge gender norms in combat sports. Now, she wasn't the first woman to get licensed, but she was one of them. Okay. Her efforts, including high-profile exhibitions, contributed to gradual acceptance, though she faced arrests and bans in states like Pennsylvania until court rulings began affirming women's rights to box. Okay? I know y'all heard of this lady here. This is Jane Couch, another one of the most famous women pioneers in boxing history. Jane Couch. Come on, Jane. Jane Couch. Yeah, that's Jane on the right. That looks like Alicia Rich, because she's fighting. But that's Jane Couch on the right. Okay. Another big time pioneer in women's boxing. In the United Kingdom, Jane Couch achieved a landmark victory in 1996 by winning a sex discrimination lawsuit against the British Boxing Board of Control, securing the first professional license for a woman in Great Britain, and enabling her debut fight that year, which spurred regulatory changes across Europe. These figures collectively confronted institutional opposition, including outright prohibitions in many jurisdictions until the 1990s, by leveraging exhibitions, legal advocacy, and persistent competition to establish women's boxing as a viable athletic pursuit. Yeah. Barbara Buttrick, Jackie Tonawanda, Marion Tremaillard, and Jane Couch, the real pioneers. They was before Layla Ali and coal miner's daughter, all of them. Those four women, those are the real pioneers there. The Olympic and world champions. Olympic and world champion now. That's the GOAT, 2012. Okay, Olympic and world champion. Women's boxing achieved Olympic status at the 2012 London Games. Okay? Introducing 3 weight classes and awarding the inaugural gold medals to Nicola Adams of Great Britain in the flyweight division. Again, Katie Taylor of Ireland in the lightweight division, and Clarissa Shields of the United States at middleweight. Adams and Shields defended their titles at the 2016 Rio de Janeiro Olympics, marking the first instances of consecutive Olympic gold medals won by female boxers. Yeah, Adams and Shields won gold medals in both the first and second Olympics where they allowed women. In the intervening years and beyond, Irish boxer Kelly Harrington. There's Kelly. Irish boxer Kelly Harrington secured gold medals in the 60 kilogram category at both the Tokyo 2020 and Paris 2024 Olympics, becoming the second woman after Adams to win multiple Olympic titles in the sport. Okay, 60 kilograms. Let's see how much that is in pounds. Right quick. Don't really have time for this because we got a lot to get to today, but yeah. I don't like leaving it at 60 kilograms. You guys know how much it is in pounds? We'll know in a minute, I think. Okay, here we go. 60 kilograms. I wasted so much time. Okay, here we go. Give it one shot and then we're going to go on. It just came right back up. Oh dear. We're going to have to work around the noise. They quieted it down for like 2 minutes. I probably can hear them over top of me. Okay, 132. That's lightweight in the amateurs, 132. I mean, junior lightweight in the amateurs, 130, 132. That's what she won it. Okay, 60 kilograms is 132 pounds. Okay, so she won that in Paris 2024, securing the second woman after Adams to win the multiple after Adams and Shields to win multiple titles in the sport. These achievements underscore the rapid elevation of elite female amateurs, with competitors like Taylor, undisputed in the lightweight class, through 5 prior world titles, transitioning dominance from global championships to the Olympic stage. Okay? So prior to Olympic inclusion, the IBA Women's World Boxing Championships, held by annually since 2001, established benchmarks for amateur excellence. Okay, Asian boxing, Mary Kom. There's Mary right there on the right. Indian boxer Mary Kom holds the record with 6 gold medals across flyweight and flyweight, won in 2001, 2002, 2005, 2006, 2008, and 2010, and a record of standing 6th and 7th in 2018 at age 35. Katie Taylor follows with 5 consecutive victories in the junior lightweight class from 2006 to 2014, while Russian Irina Shetskaya amassed 4 golds in lighter divisions between 2001 and 2008. Okay, skip it for another moment, please. Equipment malfunction. I'll be right back with you. Okay. Okay, now where were we? Okay, here we go. All right. Get back down to where we were. That's Mary Kom on the screen there. Mary Kom. We were at notable figures and achievements, right? Yeah, notable figures and achievements. Yep, and that's Mary Kom. Still talking about some trailblazers, Olympic achievements, and things like that. But they're talking about boxing. I should just let y'all listen to them. I know y'all can hear them clearly. Boy, it's going to be some shit when this live stream ends. I know that. But let me continue. Yeah, I'm going to go out there and start some stuff when this is over. But let me continue. Mary Kom. Oh, here we are. Mary Kom. Get with me, please. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's continue. Now, other standout world champions include China's Ren Can, who secured multiple titles in the 48 kilogram class and contributed to her nation's strong amateur pipeline, and Canada's Murray Spencer, with 3 gold medals in the middleweight ranges. These athletes often overlap with Olympic success, as seen with Claressa Shields, whose amateur pedigree included world silver before her dual golds in the Olympics, highlighting the championship's role as a proving ground amid evolving weight structure and international competition. Okay? Now, recent additions, such as the 2022 Istanbul event, continued to crown diverse winners, though governance shifts in international boxing bodies have prompted parallel recognition in some cases. Now, some professional title holders and record breakers. Okay? There's Amanda Serrano. Mike Mazik is in the building. Salute, Mike. Little talk about women's boxing today. That's all. Try to drown out the background noise. I went out there and told them, but they was quiet for like 2 minutes and then it just came right back up. So just try to work with me here. Okay. So, professional title holders and record breakers. Now, Amanda Serrano holds the distinction of being the first female professional boxer to win world titles in 7 weight divisions, spanning from strawweight 105 to featherweight 126, with championships under multiple sanctioning bodies, including the WBO, WBA, IBF, and WBC. Her pro record stands at 48 wins currently, 48 wins, 4 losses, and 1 draw, with 31 knockouts as of right now. Okay, she just won a 48 fight this month, right? Now, Serrano captured her first title in 2011 and has defended featherweight belts multiple times, including the WBO since 2019. Claressa Shields achieved undisputed status in 3 weight classes: super welterweight, middleweight, and heavyweight, becoming the first woman to hold all 4 major belts, WBA, WBC, IBF, WBO, simultaneously in those class divisions. First boxer overall, right? She won her initial pro title, the WBC super middleweight, in her 3rd fight in 2017 and secured heavyweight belts in 2024, joining Roy Jones Jr. and Bob Fitzsimmons as the only 3 boxers to ever claim both middleweight and heavyweight crowns. Bob Fitzsimmons did it back in 1897. Shields' record is 16-0 with 3 knockouts, marking her as the fastest to claim titles in 5 divisions. Okay, now we got to talk about Katie. We talked about Amanda and Claressa. There's KT. There's KT. Yeah, Hollywood feast in this era. Ain't no doubt about it. Yeah. She would still be undefeated. Layla Wood, yep. Katie Taylor unified the lightweight division in June 2019 by defeating Delphine Persoon to claim the WBC, WBA, IBF, and WBO titles, becoming the first female boxer from Ireland to achieve undisputed professional status. And Katie is only one of 5 fighters to be undisputed twice in 2 weight divisions in the 4-belt era. Men or women, 5 of them. She defended these belts multiple times before moving up to super lightweight, where she won the WBO title in 2023, compiling a record of 25-1 with 6 knockouts by the end of 2025. Taylor's sole professional loss came in 2023 to Chantel Cameron, after which she reclaimed titles in the rematch. And they should have had a trilogy. They were each other's only loss. Both fights were majority decisions. That was just crazy. And haven't fought since. That's Cecilia Brækhus. She was the first woman to be undisputed in the 4-belt era, Cecilia Brækhus. Other notable multi-division title holders include Cecilia Brækhus, who maintained an undefeated streak of 36-0 while holding undisputed welterweight titles from 2014 to 2018 across 5 sanctioning bodies. Okay, Cecilia. That's Alicia Ashley on the left there. Alicia Slick Ashley set the record as the oldest female world champion, winning the WBC Super Bantamweight title at age 50 in 2017. And she's still the oldest at 50. That's the oldest in all of boxing, too, because B-Hop was 49. And she won a major title, WBC. Okay, this wasn't no minor thing. This was the WBC. So let's look at some rules and technical formats in women's boxing now. Rules and technical formats. Okay, across women's boxing. But there's some rules and technical formats in the sport. Amateur regulations first. Amateur regulations. The amateur women's boxing is governed primarily by the International Boxing Association, the IBA, at the international level, with national federations such as USA Boxing enforcing aligned rules for domestic competitions. Fights for elite female boxers consist of 3 rounds lasting 3 minutes each, separated by 1 minute rest period. A format standardized to match senior men's amateur boxing since updates in the mid-2010s. Weight categories for elite women are limited compared to men, reflecting fewer divisions in Olympic and IBA sanctioned events. The 6 standard Olympic classes are flyweight, bantamweight, featherweight, lightweight, welterweight, and middleweight. Boxers must meet weigh-in requirements on the day prior to competition, with tolerance of 200 to 500 grams depending on the category. Youth and junior categories feature adjusted classes such as pin weight for younger athletes to account for developmental stages. Now, scoring follows the 10-point must system employed by 5 judges in the amateurs, 5 judges who evaluate each round based on the number of scoring punches landed, clean hits, scoring over the glove line, effective aggression, ring generalship, and defense. The round winner receives 10 points, with the loser awarded 7 to 9 points, and totals aggregated for a decision. Okay, ties are broken by counting superior blows or referee intervention criteria. Protective equipment mandates 10-ounce gloves for all weights, mouth guards, and abdominal thoracic protectors. Female-specific options include breast protectors, which USA Boxing permits at the boxer's discretion, alongside standard groin guards adapted for women. Headgear requirements differ by sanctioning body. IBA rules stipulates colored head guards, red or blue, for elite women's fights to enhance safety, while Olympic formats trial removal for women starting in Paris 2024, aligning with men's no headgear policy since Rio de Janeiro in 2016 to better assess punch impact and reduce restricted vision. Pre-fight medical checks, including blood tests and neurological exams, are compulsory, with fouls such as clinching, low blows, or rabbit punches incurring warnings. Point deductions or disqualifications after accumulation. Referees enforce no contact rules during instructions and prohibit cosmetics or jewelry to prevent interference or injury. Now, those were the amateurs. Let's look at the professional standards, okay, for women's boxing. Professional standards. There they are. There they are, the big four. Now, professional boxing for women is governed by the major sanctioning bodies that also oversee men's divisions, including the World Boxing Association, the World Boxing Council, International Boxing Federation, and World Boxing Organization, each recognizing female champions across 17 weight classes, from strawweight to heavyweight. These organizations enforces unified rules adapted for female competitors, with fights typically limited to 10 rounds of 2 minutes each, compared to 12 rounds of 3 minutes in men's championship fights, and 1 minute rest intervals between each round. Scoring follows the 10-point must system, like the amateurs, prioritizing effective punching, ring generalship, defense, and clean work as standardized by bodies like the WBA. Fighters must use 8 to 10 ounce gloves, with heavier options permissible if mutually agreed on by both sides, and are required to wear protective gear, including breast protectors and groin guards. Facial cosmetics are again prohibited to minimize injury risks and ensure fair visibility for referees and judges. Medical protocols mandate a negative pregnancy test within 48 hours prior to fights, conducted by licensed physicians, reflecting physiological considerations unique to female athletes. Yeah, because ain't no man gonna have to get no pregnancy test. So yeah, this is unique to female athletes. The pregnancy test within 48 hours of the fight, a negative pregnancy test, okay? Champions under the WBO, for instance, must defend titles at least every 6 months or risk suspension, not getting stripped, suspension. Attire adheres to federation dress codes, typically consisting of trunks, tank tops, or sports bras, and footwear without spikes, enforced by athletic commissions to promote uniformity and safety. The Association of Boxing Commissions, the ABC, which unifies standards across U.S. jurisdictions, stipulates that female fights align closely with male formats in weight classes and foul rules, such as prohibitions on low blows, holding, and rabbit punching, but incorporates these gender-specific adaptations to address differences in recovery and injury profiles. Referees licensed by commissions control in-ring action, with standing 8 counts optional, and knockouts determined by failure to intelligently defend or rise within 10 seconds, consistent with professional norms. These standards, while promoting competitiveness, have drawn critique for potentially limiting endurance testing in shorter formats, though they prioritize participant welfare based on empirical safety data from commissions. Okay, so now some variations from these standards and adaptations specific to women. Okay, variations and adaptations specific to women. In professional women's boxing, fights are limited to a maximum of 10 rounds, each lasting 2 rounds, with 1 minute intervals between rounds, contrasting with the typical 12 3-minute rounds in men's championship fights. This format, standardized by bodies like the Association of Boxing Commissions, the ABC, and World Boxing Association, the WBA, applies universally to female fights, regardless of title status. Glove requirements align with weight divisions: 8-ounce gloves for boxers up to 154 pounds and 10-ounce gloves for those above, consistent with male counterparts, but enforced separately in female divisions. Additional regulations prohibit facial cosmetics, body jewelry, and unsecured hair to minimize distractions or hazards, while mandating soft breast protectors and no groin guards. Nowadays, you have to have the unsecured hair in the men's divisions too, with all the long hair stuff the guys wear nowadays. So yeah, you have to use that unsecured hair roll for the men too, right? In amateur women's boxing, recent rule harmonization by the International Boxing Association has aligned elite fights with men's formats. 3 rounds of 3 minutes each in the amateurs, right? With 1 minute rest. This shift effective for IBA elite and youth competitions ended prior variations where women often fought 4 2-minute rounds. So in the amateurs, it's now aligned with men's 3 3-minute rounds, okay? From the 4 2-minute round format. I'll be glad when the pros get lined up with the 12 3-minute rounds for the women. Now headgear, once mandatory, longer for women than senior men, was removed for elite female boxers following a 2024 IBA trial, matching Olympic standards where neither gender wears it in top-level events since Paris 2024. No headgear for the women now. Glove sizes remain 10 ounces across most female categories for safety, though scoring and foul rules mirror the men's, emphasizing clean punches over endurance. These adaptations reflect incremental standardizations, with professional formats retaining shorter durations, potentially to mitigate fatigue given average physiological differences in aerobic capacity and punch volume between sexes. Okay? Though amateur rules prioritize parity. Weight classes for women, fewer in number, accommodate lower overall participation, but use identical pound-for-pound thresholds. Pre-fight medicals for women include pregnancy screening. You have to have your last pregnancy test within 48 hours of the fight. Of course, absent in men's boxing, to address reproductive health risks. Okay, so now this is the interesting. Bear with me on this one, because we're going to get into some deep territory. Biological and physiological realities. Now, this is very interesting, I thought. Biological, I think Ant would like this. I wonder if he listens to this one here, because this is deep. Biological and physiological realities. Okay? There's a man and there's a woman. Biological and physiological realities. Empirical differences in strength, power, and endurance. Now, males exhibit let me take a drink before I start this. Okay. Yeah, I thought this was very interesting here. This section. Let's get into it. 3:13. I thought I'd been on here like 10 or 15 minutes. Wow, a whole hour almost. Over an hour. Okay, let's move along. Okay. Okay. Males exhibit approximately 50 to 90% greater upper body strength than females. A difference rooted in higher muscle mass, fiber type distribution, favoring fast twitch fibers, and androgen-mediated skeletal adaptations, okay? Now, this disparity is evident in resistance exercises like bench press, where males outperform females even when normalized for body mass due to superior force production from larger cross-sectional muscle area and neuromuscular efficiency. Now, in combat sports contexts, such as boxing, upper body strength underpins punch force generation, with males demonstrating sustained advantages across age groups post-puberty. Now, punching power, a composite of force, velocity, and momentum critical to boxing efficacy, shows pronounced sexual dimorphism, with males generating 162% greater average power output than females, doing maximal punches, equivalent to 2.62 times the female average. They did a study of 13 males and 10 females. Strength test. The weakest male participant still exceeded the strongest female in power, highlighting minimal overlap attributable to biological factors like greater arm muscle mass and faster contractile properties in males. Anaerobic power tests relevant to boxing's explosive bursts further confirm male superiority, with differences of 20 to 40% in peak output during short duration efforts. Okay? Endurance differences manifest in both aerobic and anaerobic domains, though boxing primarily taxes anaerobic systems via repeated high-intensity intervals. The males possess 25 to 38% higher anaerobic capacity, enabling greater work output before fatigue and glycolytic efforts akin to round-based punching sequences. This stems from elevated hemoglobin levels, larger type 2 muscle fibers, and higher lactate tolerance thresholds in males. While females may exhibit relative advantages in submaximal aerobic efficiency for prolonged low-intensity tasks, elite-level boxing performance demanding rapid recovery between anaerobic sprints favors male physiology, with overall sex gaps in intermittent endurance events ranging 10 to 20%. These empirical patterns persist despite training, as post-pubertal dimorphism amplifies disparities in muscle quality and energy system kinetics. Okay, that's it for all that. Now we're gonna get to now I'm gonna put the meat on the bone for y'all now. This is why I said all that, to say all this, okay? Went through all that to get to this, right here. Controversies and debates. Now those two fighters there are two men that transition to women, called transgender women, right? Both of those people, both of those fighters. But the IOC allowed them to fight in the women's categories. But they don't let the transgender men, the women that transition to men, they don't put them in there with men because they know it's wrong. Because they know the men might kill one of these women. But they let the men transition to women fight women. Now they know it's wrong because they don't do it the other direction. That tells me they know it's wrong. But controversies and debates. Gender eligibility testing and failed cases. Gender eligibility testing in women's boxing aims to verify that competitors in the female category possess biological characteristics aligned with XX chromosomes, thereby preserving competitive fairness and participant safety amid established sex-based physiological disparities. The International Boxing Association, the IBA, defines a female boxer as an individual with XX chromosomes, authorizing random or targeted tests to confirm this, typically involving genetic analysis such as polymerase chain reaction, or PCR. That's the test they do for chromosomal verification. So what I'm saying, PCR, that's the test they use for chromosomal verification. In contrast, the International Olympic Committee ceased routine sex verification in 1989, relying instead on ID, declared gender, for eligibility in events like the Olympics, a policy applied to boxing since women's inclusion in 2012. This divergence has fueled disputes, with the IBA emphasizing empirical chromosomal evidence over self-identification. Yeah, you should take this test instead of just saying you're a man to transition to a woman. They shouldn't just go by having female on your ID. You should have to take this test, okay? And the IOC just go by the ID, which is ridiculous, I think. Prominent failed cases emerged during the 2023 IBA Women's World Boxing Championships, where Algerian boxer Imani Khalif, that's him on the right, Imani Khalif, and Taiwanese boxer Lin Yuting, that's him on the left. Well, them, the boxer. They transgender to women, but transition to women, but yeah, they used to be men. They were disqualified following gender eligibility tests. They revealed non-compliant biological markers, reportedly including XY chromosomes that indicates male, birth as a male, XY, right? So they were disqualified. Now, the IBA notified the IOC of these results prior to the 2024 Paris Olympics, asserting the athletes' ineligibility for women's events due to potential advantages from male typical traits. And scientists have done studies that some of these strength advantages and power advantages that males are born with are not reversible. I don't care what kind of test you get to transition to a woman, some of these male traits are not reversible. So you're carrying that strength and power, some of those strength and power advantages into the ring against those women. Okay? Some of these things are not reversible that you were born with as a man. Now, the IBA notified the IOC of these failed tests, okay? And told the IOC they were ineligible. But under IOC oversight for the Olympics, they suspended the IBA, and both of these athletes competed. And both of them, guess what? Got gold medals. They're in there fighting women. The IOC eligibility hinges on what's on your ID. All you got to do is get an ID with female on it. IOC says you're eligible. Where the IBA was using the test, the PCR test, for chromosomal verification. Now, the IOC criticized the IBA's process as sudden and arbitrary, lacking transparency on test specifics, though the IBA maintained their results indicated clear non-female biology. That's science. You just looking at an ID, that's the one that's not clear. Anybody can go get an F put on the ID, but anybody can't pass these tests. In response to such controversies, World Boxing, a new governing body, they got rid of the IBA and brought in World Boxing, right? Implemented a mandatory sex eligibility policy effective July 1st, 2025, requiring this PCI genetic testing for all athletes over 18 in women's categories to confirm female sex at birth. So World Boxing came in and said, we're going with the same thing that this body you got rid of. We're going with the testing. We're not going by what you got on your ID, which is right. You should have to take the test. And if you got the XY chromosome, you shouldn't be in it with fighters with the XX chromosome. Because XY indicates a male, XX indicates a female. Now again, they don't put women to transition to men in there with men. So why put men to transition to women in there with women? They know they're wrong. They know they're wrong for doing this. This policy led to Imani Khalif, the one on the right, exclusion from World Boxing events after testing confirmed XY chromosomes, prompting her to appeal to the Court of Arbitration for Sport in September 2025. No other widely documented failed gender tests in women's boxing predate the 2023 cases, though the rarity underscores the testing's targeted nature and the challenges of balancing inclusion with biological verification in combat sports. And the one on the right fought a woman in 54 seconds. He broke her orbital bone, gave her a concussion, and stopped her in 54 seconds. Broke the woman's orbital bone and gave her a concussion. Shouldn't even have been in there with this woman. The one on the right, I told you in 26 seconds, the woman quit that was fighting the boxer. Quit because this fighter hit her 2 times in 26 seconds And she said she could feel the difference. She'd never been hit that hard in her life by another woman, and she feared for her life, so she quit. She said, I'm not letting this fighter hit me again. Should have never been in there in the first place. But fortunately, the World Boxing for the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles is going to do the PCR test for chromosomal verification. If you got that XY chromosome, you're not fighting women. You got to have the XX, regardless of what your ID say. Okay? Which is the right way to do it, I think. Salute, Devin. That's that's my grandson. Told you he had like 50. You hit the like, Devin? Told you he had like 50 letters in his name. Salute, Devin, BEL Beleda 90. Okay. I'm just gonna put Devin. He one of the ones out there making all that noise too. Okay. All right. Okay, let's move on now. We're going to okay. The next category. We're winding down. We got what's next? Global participation and development. Yeah, global participation and development. We're going to talk about women's boxing in different parts of the world now. Global participation and development now, okay? Yeah. When I first saw that picture, I thought the one on the right was Monster. Monster anyway. I mean, no disrespect meant to nobody, but right is right and wrong is wrong. Global participation and development. North America. Women's boxing in the United States traces its formal beginnings to the mid-20th century, with the first documented professional license issued to Caroline Swenson in 1975. We talked about that earlier, remember, by the state of Washington. Now, prior to widespread legalization, women faced bans in many states until the 1990s, when professional fights gained traction in jurisdictions like Nevada and California. USA Boxing, the national governing body for boxing in the United States, has supported amateur development, hosting events such as the 2024 National Championships, which drew 475 female participants among 2,400 total boxers, almost 500 of them women, reflecting steady growth in grassroots involvement. Professional promoters like Top Rank and Golden Boy have elevated the sport through high-profile fights featuring athletes such as Clarissa Shields, who won Olympic gold in 2012, and turned pro, amassing a 14-0 record by 2023 while advocating for increased purses. I think she's like 17-0 now. In Canada, women's boxing has expanded via Boxing Canada, which fields a national development team for female athletes in weight classes from 52 kilograms to 75 kilograms, emphasizing youth and elite pathways. Provincial initiatives such as Boxing Ontario's Female Development Committee organize training camps and sparring sessions to address matchmaking challenges and boost participation with events like the 2023 Burlington Camp, attracting dozens of boxers. Okay. Canada. Mexico boasts a vibrant professional women's boxing scene, rooted in the country's storied combat sports culture, with gyms in areas like Tepito, producing Olympians such as Citali Ortiz and Fatima Herrera, who inspired a surge in female enlistment following the 2024 Paris Games. Okay. Across North America, participation has grown amid Olympic inclusion and streaming platforms. Yet, female boxers comprise a minority, around 20% in the United States, amateur nationals, highlighting ongoing needs for infrastructure and visibility to match their male counterparts. Okay, now let's take a look at Europe. Women's boxing in Europe. Women's boxing across Europe. Come on, man. There we go. Women's boxing across Europe. That's Caroline Dubois, Great Britain on the right there, sister of Daniel. The women's boxing in Europe traces its modern organized roots to the late 20th century, when the International Boxing Association approved rules for the sport, enabling the first European Cups and Championships. The European Boxing Confederation, responsible for governing amateur boxing across the continent, has hosted annual Women's European Championships since the early 2000s, promoting development through structural competitions and rankings. Okay, that's Europe. Participation metrics reflect steady growth, particularly post-2012 Olympic inclusion, which boosted amateur numbers and visibility. Okay, Europe. Okay, the next one is Asia and Oceania. Asia. Women's boxing in Asia. Oh, wait, what did I just do? Bear with me for a moment, please. There we go. Now, women's boxing in Asia. Okay? Women's boxing in Asia. In Asia, women's boxing has experienced significant growth since the early 2010s, driven by national programs in countries like India, China, and Thailand, where it serves as a pathway for socio-economic mobility and Olympic success. Okay, that's Asia. Let's look at, here. I believe Africa is next. Yeah, Latin America and Africa. Women's boxing in Latin America and Africa. Okay. In Latin America, women's boxing has roots in Mexico, where the sport faced legal prohibitions until the 1990s, culminating in Laura Serrano's landmark legal battle and victory in Mexico City, enabling her to become the first Latin American world champion in 1995 across multiple weight classes. Serrano's achievements, this is Laura. I don't know if she's in relation to Amanda, but Laura Serrano's achievements, including defending titles against international opponents, spurred gradual professionalization amid cultural resistance tied to traditional gender norms. Okay? And finally, we was just looking at some women's boxing around the world and emerging regions and challenges. Okay, emerging regions and challenges. In Africa, women's boxing has seen incremental growth, particularly in countries like Nigeria, South Africa, and Botswana, where pioneering athletes and federations are fostering participation despite infrastructural deficits. Nigerian boxer Adihat Gibidamosi became the first woman, I messed her name up bad, didn't I? Became the first woman from her country to win an Africa Boxing Union Super Bantamweight title on June 26, 2023. I think that's her up there on the screen right there. Adihat. Yeah, she became the first woman from her country to win an Africa Boxing Union Super Bantamweight title, June 26, 2023. Okay, So now let's go to the next category. Got like a couple more. Cultural reception and societal context for women's boxing. Okay. Cultural reception and societal context. It is the picture from that movie. Clint Eastwood played the trainer. Representation in media and pop culture. And women's boxing has received sporadic but notable representation in cinema, with $1 Million Baby came out in 2004, standing as a landmark film that dramatized the pursuit of an amateur female boxer portrayed by Hilary Swank under the guidance of a reluctant trainer played by Clint Eastwood. The film grossed $210 million worldwide and won 6 Academy Awards, including Best Picture for 2004, thereby elevating public awareness of female pugilism despite its tragic narrative arc. It was just getting on the map in 2004, remember? Because of like the late 90s and everything, yeah. It hadn't even made its Olympic debut yet. Still was 8 years away. Now, other films such as Girl Fight 2000, featuring Michelle Rodriguez as a high school student discovering boxing, and Against the Ropes 2004, inspired by Christy Martin's career, have similarly highlighted themes of resilience and gender barriers in the sport. And documentaries have also contributed to visibility, including Last Woman Standing in 2011, which chronicles the rivalry between Canadian boxers Ariane Fortin and Mary Spencer, vying for an Olympic spot, underscoring the competitive intensity and limited opportunities in women's amateur boxing. More recently, The Fire Inside came out 2024, depicts the true story of Clarissa Shields, the first American woman to win an Olympic gold medal in boxing, emphasizing her journey from poverty to professional success amid systemic challenges. These portrayals often frame female boxers as underdogs, overcoming societal stigma, mirroring historical perceptions that position women in the ring as novelty or illegitimate athletes rather than equals to male counterparts. Okay? All right, so let's see what we got here. Yes. In television and broader pop culture, coverage remains limited, with early milestones like the 1954 national broadcast of Barbara Buttrick's professional matchmaking, the first airing of women's boxing on American TV. Yet, subsequent decades saw minimal sustained attention. Trailblazing such as Lucia Ridgker, undefeated in the ring and appearing as the antagonist in $1 Million Baby, have crossed into acting, blending athletic prowess with entertainment appeal. High-profile fights including the Katie Taylor-Amanda Serrano trilogy, culminating in 2024, have garnered increased media buzz. Yeah, that one. Sure have. There they are right there. Garnered increased media buzz. Yet, overall exposure lags behind men's boxing, perpetuating lower viewership and economic viability due to entrenched stereotypes and insufficient promotion. Mainstream depictions frequently sexualize or marginalize female boxers, as evidenced by analysis of promotional imagery, which contrasts with the empirical athleticism demonstrated in competitive records. Okay, so now finally, current landscape and prospects for women's boxing. The current landscapes and prospects. And there's a big person right in there that's really raised women's boxing. Got to give him his props. Jake. Okay? Big person in women's boxing right now. Current landscape and prospects. Professional growth and major events in the 2020s. Okay? The 2020s marked accelerated professional growth for women's boxing, fueled by promoter investments and streaming platforms exposure. Most Valuable Promotions MVP established by Jake Paul emerged as a key driver in women's boxing in the 2020s, signing reigning undisputed junior lightweight champion Alicia Baumgardner in March 2025 to bolster its women's divisions. MVP Promotions followed with additional high-profile contracts, including former bantamweight champion Shannon Courtenay in July 2025, and 5 international prospects such as world champions from diverse regions in September 2025, signaling expanded global recruitment and event planning. These moves coincided with broader industry shifts toward dedicated women's cards, enhancing visibility amid persistent challenges like gender pay gaps relative to their male counterparts. Okay? High-profile fights underscored this momentum, particularly the Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano trilogy. The initial 2022 encounter at Madison Square Garden drew record attendance for a women's professional fight, establishing a benchmark for mainstream appeal. The series culminated in the third installment on July 11th, 2025, which was our Fight of the Day, remember? Also at Madison Square Garden, which headlined the first all-women's professional boxing card, broadcast live on Netflix. Now, Taylor secured a majority decision victory in the 2025 trilogy fight, retaining her undisputed super lightweight title despite a point deduction for headbutts and controversy over judging, big controversy over the judging, with Serrano suffering a severe cut. Now, the event offered undercard participants eligibility for a $250,000 performance bonus, incentivizing depth in the lineup. Clarissa Shields, a three-division undisputed champion, remained a central figure defending titles and publicly announcing marquee matchups like Taylor Serrano 3, which she predicted and endorsed Taylor's technical edge over Serrano's power. I was trying to look at something else and look at this at the same time. Okay, let me pay attention. Yeah, Clarissa predicted Katie to win. Now, Shields' sustained activity alongside rising prospects under promotions like MVP contributed to more consistent headlining opportunities, though economic viability lagged behind male boxing in purse size and global reach. These developments position women's boxing for potential parity in event frequency and revenues by mid-decade, contingent on sustained media investment. We're at mid-decade right now, right? 2026. Mm-hmm. Now, policy reforms and future direction. In response to the 2024 Paris Olympics controversy involving boxers Imani Khalif and Lin Yu-Ting, who were disqualified by the International Boxing Association for failing gender eligibility tests, but were permitted to compete under the IOC rules because the IOC runs the Olympics. IBA was just the governing body for boxing. Each sport got their own governing body. So the IOC overrode the IBA and let them participate, and one almost killed the woman in there. She broke the woman's orbital bone. This boxer, it was a man that transitioned to a woman. He broke the woman's orbital bone, gave her a concussion, and stopped it all in 54 seconds. Told you the other one. The woman said she could feel the difference by getting hit by this transgender boxer. And she only got hit 2 times in 26 seconds, but she said she never got hit that hard in her life. And guess what? She quit. She said, I'm not getting hit no more by that fighter. She quit 26 seconds into the fight. Okay. But yeah, the IOC decided to go by your ID, what you got on your ID. But World Boxing coming in now for 2028, so they're going to do the PCR test. That's the test chromosomal verification test. You either got the XX chromosome or the XY chromosome. XX indicates female, XY indicates male. Okay. And the science, they did tests. And some of these power advantages that men are born with are irreversible. No matter what you get done to you, some of these advantages of being a male will always be there. Okay? So let the men fight the men and the women fight the women. Let the transgender women fight each other. You know? Right? What's wrong with that? But again, they don't put transgender women that transition to men in there with men because they know it's wrong. But let's finish this off. Enough of that before you two pull me off of here. But I'm only stating what's in front of me in black and white. This is not me. Okay? Name Grokipedia. That's where I'm getting this from. Grokipedia. That's this new site formed by Elon Musk. It's pretty good. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. I think that's about it on the women's boxing. And looking ahead, harmonization of eligibility standards across bodies remains a priority for world boxing, which aims to secure governance of Olympic boxing in 2028 in Los Angeles through policies emphasizing empirical, sex-based categorization to foster trust and growth in women's divisions. Proposals include exploring open weight categories for non-female typical athletes alongside protected female-only events. That's what I was just saying. Alongside enhanced medical protocols for head trauma prevention tailored to sex-specific vulnerability, as female boxers exhibit higher concussion rates in mixed skill sparring. These reforms, driven by safety data and fairness imperatives, could expand professional opportunities if adopted universally, though resistance from inclusion-focused frameworks in bodies like the IOC may delay consensus, underscoring tensions between biological realism and broader participation goals. There you have it, women's boxing. Your world boxing is body. The IOC fired the IBA. They used to govern boxing in the Olympics, and they brought in world boxing. And I think Triple G is some kind of big wig in world boxing. Triple G runs the Olympic Committee. Well, amateur boxing in where's he from? Kazakhstan? Ukraine? Triple G from Kazakhstan, right? Well, one of those countries over there in East Germany. He runs the amateur boxing in that country. And he's a big wig in world boxing, the organization that's going to govern Olympic boxing in 2028, because if they didn't have an organization in place by like February 2025, they wasn't going to have boxing in 2028 Olympics. I know y'all heard about it. Boxing was at risk of not being in it, but yeah, world boxing stepped up. And world boxing stepped up and took over and going to be governing it. We got a few minutes. Let me see if anybody from the chat got any opinions or thoughts on today's show. We're gonna get like 50 minutes to leave. To end things. Oh, this was a long one here. Don't forget, tomorrow is we're gonna look at some young boxers. Okay, prospects, and then we're gonna look at some that aren't prospects, but some boxers under 26. Like Bam, Abdullah Mason, he's not a prospect anymore, or the other guy, Tom, they're not prospects. We got some prospects we're gonna look at, and some young fighters. You know, Xander Zayas, he's under 26, right? Yeah, that's tomorrow. Really good show. Wednesday, we're gonna look at boxing in the 1920s. Okay. And then Thursday is we'll look at the WBA, NBA/WBA. Okay, NBA/WBA. We're looking at all the sanctioning bodies, a little history. Friday, the life and career of Paul the Punisher Williams. Matchup nightmare back there. 2005, 2010, round in that range. Big, tall, 6 foot welterweight, and a southpaw. Floyd retired. That was one of Floyd's retirements. And then Paul had that accident, got him out of boxing. Floyd said, I ain't got to fight him. Nah. I'm not saying he would have beat Floyd, but it would have been a very intriguing matchup. Yeah, because Paul was a matchup nightmare for everybody. So it would have been a Thomas Hearn mode. And Paul was a southpaw, though, right? Big, tall, welterweight. Oh, yeah, cornerman. Yeah, it's time for a cornerman again, T. Hill. Yeah, we're going to do that Monday. I got this week mapped out. Yeah, cornerman going to be Monday. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to look at the cornerman Monday. That's another good show. All right. What's up, Thomas Hill?
What's good with you guys?
Oh, just another day at the office. That's all.
Hey, man, a beautiful day at the office.
Always.
Yeah, you came with the fire today.
Yeah.
Talking about something I think we need to give a little bit more light to. I think that the women definitely.
Okay. Went out, T. Hill.
Yeah, it went out because I gotta constantly touch this dang screen. Sometimes it just pushes off.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I was saying that I think we gotta give the women just a little bit more respect, a little bit more of our time. I think that they have to do things to cater to that too. I think they need to change the format to a format that is more complicit to what we see on a regular basis outside of their matches. I think that will engender a better look and respect for the fighters.
Yeah.
And I think that it is give us better products because I think if certain one of those fights, certain ones of those fights go longer fights and longer rounds, then you might see more knockouts and stoppages. And let's face it,
you're right.
And let's face it, that's a big part of boxing. I mean, that's what makes the fight that just happened, Matias versus Dalton. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That was exciting. People would be willing to see a rematch of that. So, if you bring that level of excitement to the sport of women's boxing, you're going to get more viewership. You know what I'm saying? So you got to get more rounds. You got to get longer rounds.
Definitely longer. Now, they want to stay at 10, but at least make it 3 minutes,
Well, I don't think 10 is. Me, man. Honestly, I don't think 12 is a good number.
Right. Yeah, you want to.
So if you're gonna go shorter, then it got to be 11. If you're going, for the men, they need to go to 13.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't believe that there should be an even round because it lends itself to a draw, and you don't go in there for draws unless by some like happenstance a fighter wins a round by one more round, but they lose more of the rounds by one. Mm-hmm. And then you have a draw. So that would be acceptable. Well, hey, my man did win of the 11 rounds. He did win 6, but there was a 10-8 round where he lost, and therefore we have a draw. Chances of that taking place are slim and none, but it will be more effective in understanding the reason behind a draw. Because now most people say that draws are robberies anyway.
Yeah,
and I don't see it that way.
No,
I don't see it that way. I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
No, I just said sometimes it's really a draw. That's all.
It really is a draw, and sometimes it might not even be a draw. Maybe the person you didn't want to win won, but they gave it a draw because they want to satisfy folks. And I'm not with that. I'm thinking that we should satisfy what we see in the ring.
That's what it's supposed to do. Yeah.
To me, I'm not even. What I saw in the ring in the last draw, I saw Pitbull Cruz win the fight. To me, I saw it. I thought the first 3 fights were definitely Pitbull Cruz. I mean, 3 rounds. I thought the next 2 were edge to him. I thought the next 3 were Lamont Roach rounds, and I thought the next one was edge to him. So that's of the 10 rounds.
Pitbull,
I got it 5-4.
You had Pitbull win the last one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So going into the 10th round, I had it 5-3. I thought then he won the 10th round, so now it's 5-4, and then you can give either one 11, but 12 was Pitbull. So what I'm saying, it could be 7-5, it could be 6-6, it could be 7-5 the other way, however you see the fight, but I don't think it was
like you said that 11 could have went to either one of them. That could have been a draw round, didn't it?
Yeah, that could have been a draw round. It could have been a round that everyone got to could have been 10-10. You know what I'm saying? Could have been anything, but it's not a robbery. And people getting used to saying the term robbery when you're not even looking at the fight. You're looking at who you want to see lose. And that's the thing.
That's where the robbery comes from. Their fighter didn't win.
Or the fighter that they were rooting against didn't win.
So it's automatic.
You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? I think we need to go to an odd number of rounds. Therefore, it would be very difficult to award somebody a draw. You would totally have to dominate them in one round and still lose one round to be a draw.
That's right. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Just one more round, 13. Or I would rather go up than drop it to 11 though. Yeah. So go up to 13 because that would truly be one of the championship rounds of yesteryear. So we'll call that the championship round. This is the round where you make your bread. You win the fight or you lose the fight. Right there.
And for the women, make it 11.
11 in 3 minutes.
Yeah, in 3 minutes.
I hate that 2 minutes because you skip that first minute and then it's like downhill because you're in the last minute.
Yeah, you just make it essentially an amateur fight. See, that's what it looks like. And that's why a lot of people can't get in it because you got to just land as many punches as you possibly can. And it don't even have to look like beautiful boxing. It could just be cat fight. And as long as I land more punches, I think I should win. Nah. Boxing is based on 4 criteria.
Yeah. And that middle minute means so much. When you watch women, you see how much the middle minute means,
Absolutely.
When they don't have it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. They don't have a middle minute. They got a beginning and an end. There's nothing in between. You need that. Man, you just got to. And I mean, in certain fights, that could make the difference between excitement and, just...
Because you fight that first minute and then how the men fight the first and they got the one in the middle, then it's downhill.
Yeah.
That's got 1 minute, then it's downhill,
Yep. I agree. But I mean, I don't know, man. I'm of a different opinion. I don't like to look at what everybody else says or does.
Yeah.
And use that as a basis of what I think. I like to see what the ring shows me. Right. And make my basis off of that. Yeah. I don't care if this person says some foul stuff about this person and all of that. I don't care if they fans do. I don't understand people who allow other folks to dictate views on other fighters. And these Negroes don't even know these people.
They don't even know.
So for me,
talk to them or something the way they be talking about them.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, I would love to see Layla Ali in this common era. I think she dominates in this common era.
I do too.
But a lot of people, man, because they don't like her, they say that she would get beat easily in this
You know
era.
what, T.M.? These people are people that never seen her fight, never watched her on film or nothing. They form these opinions. How do you know how she would if you never watched her? Right?
Kaz, man, I saw somebody that outboxed everybody she was in the ring with. Everybody, even the GOATs. She outboxed them. I wish she could have gotten the ring. I really wish she could have gotten the ring with what's her name? Ann Wolf. I don't believe the fight goes as many people think. I think Ann Wolf gets stopped.
Yeah.
I think she really gets stopped. And a person that, and the coldest part about it is somebody that sparked Ann Wolf got sparked by Layla Ali. And they still think that Layla Ali would have got sparked. It's like, dog, you don't think she could have won the fight? You think that she would have just got Peter rolled in there?
She was basically power. If she couldn't box like Ali would either stop her or outbox her easily.
Well, I love me some Ann Wolf, though. I love me some Ann Wolf. I speak highly of her.
Well, I don't think she could be Layla. She can fight now.
I never thought that she would definitively be. I know there's a possibility because it's boxing, Kaz. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, always.
I never thought Buster Douglas was going to beat Tyson.
Oh, no.
But I do know that Tyson had some issues that allowed for that to take place. And I do know that there was a long count that allowed for that fight to continue when it should have been over. Yeah. But that being the case, even him getting up and winning that fight, I never foresaw that. So I can't say definitively that she would not, but I think if they're at their best, I don't think she beats. Yeah, I don't think she beats Layla. I think Layla is just above her in her level. And also she had that power, and she's truly a big woman. Like, she's not a little girl. She's a big woman, and she hits hard, man. And she puts her, like you said, she's a tremendous boxer. Like, she had people working with her.
She set up her knockout.
She set them up, Kaz.
She wasn't just in there swinging; she was setting them up.
And that's another, like, people who say they love the sweet science don't see the fact that she was setting punches up.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Watch one of her fights.
It's crazy. So I would love to see her. I would love to see Ann Wolf. I would love to see the farmer's daughter.
Oh, yeah, she was good. Layla actually fought her. She fought Christy Martin.
Yeah, she did.
Christy Martin was old.
Yeah, but never in her career would she have beaten. See, that's what I'm saying, man. I mean, I'm a realist, bro. Like, there's sometimes I'm wrong, but what I use to judge my basis of my judgment is based on what I see in the ring. And at no point in her career would Christy ever given Layla any trouble, man. Layla was just different. And I wish that we could get her in the ring with these people prime for front. I wish there really was a way that we could just hit the time machine and put people back in their primes fighting one another so we could see it bear out. And that's why I'm sorely disappointed in today's era, because they have the chance to dead a lot of the arguments, a lot of the nonsense that go along by getting in the ring.
Yeah.
And I wish that they would be more advocates for the fights, because they need to be more advocates for the fights, because they don't, for the most part, have the bargaining power to do that. Mm-hmm. Only one has that is Canelo.
That's it.
And before him, it was Floyd. You're dictating what we're doing. Somehow, some way, I mean, a backhanded round way, I mean, Bud was able to manipulate some ways into fights that, benefited him.
Yeah, he was.
But for the most part, these are the only people that make the fights. The other people, they gotta get whatever the fights the people that represent them want. And seeing the women, yeah, that's a problem. That's a big problem, Cass. Big problem. Because it causes for all the chaos that exists in the media.
Perfect example, Oscar. He running that protection racket over there.
And what's strange about that, Kaz, is that he was not a protected fighter.
He wanted all the smoke.
he was never a protected fighter. He never ran for nothing. True, he dictated terms, but he made the fights.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm talking about an era that was like unto the era I grew up watching boxing in.
Yeah. Yeah. That year he won the Tough Fighter of the Year. He fought 4 top 10 fighters in 96. Who does that?
Nowadays, nobody. They won't even get in there with one. You know. But what they will do is take to the internet and talk about how badly they'll do them, how bad they want to fight, and then when opportunity persists, they don't try it. And then they'll pick somebody who they want to pin everything on, and they will just belabor them as the reason why it's not. And they don't. That's why I say hypocrisy runs deep nowadays.
Yeah.
Runs deep.
And they have behind their promoter and stuff because they know they're not going to make the fight no damn way. You know?
And then they just put narratives out there to just make it look like, okay, so he must be tough because, they don't want to make the fight with them. And that's not even the case, man. And that's where my problem is, because people who claim to be very lucid with their thoughts and very understanding and discerning can't see the plays. These are plays that's going on. And like we discussed that a long time ago, Cass, the truth starts to come out in certain situations with how people regard these fighters and certain fighters in particular.
Yeah, it always
So, man, I appreciate that about the women's league right now, that we get more of the fights. It's just that the fights we truly want to see, the weight classes are in the way now.
Yeah, that's true. The classes. But we do get more of them on the women's side, though.
More of them on the women's side.
Best against the best. Now they're talking about Baumgartner and Caroline Dubois fight. What's it? Caroline?
That would be
British fighters against I think it's Caroline against Baumgartner. Yeah, that would be a good one there. I think both of them are defeated, putting it on the line. It might be made.
It's a definite fight you can get behind, man. I mean, I think that's what I'm liking more so about the women's game is that, they got to fight for their right for viewership, so they're making fights.
And Jake Paul, you got to give him his props.
Oh, for sure. I hope that we've seen the last of him in the ring.
In the ring, yeah. Just focus on promoting, because he's making a lot of money on promoting too. More than he is he's making it on both. So,
yeah.
Stick to the promotional side.
Yeah, I think that's his creative niche. I think that he can use his draw power, and they can assimilate with other promotional companies to make the fights. There ain't no pride of.
Right to you.
You said what?
And the women signing them from left and right.
Yeah, I believe because they know that that's what the best opportunity, and they actually get paid their weight. And I think that that's probably why he'll continue to fight as long as he can, because it brings more eyes. That way they can pay these women what they're paying them.
It does. That's a lot of casual fans. Jake fight like Tyson, AJ, a lot of casual fans buying them.
Yeah. And he really didn't want that fight with Tank because he didn't want to lose to that little dude, man. That's why I honestly believe all that stuff was concocted by their PR people. I think they contacted that woman and said, hey, we'll pay you to say something so that we can get this. Because I know because you had a career in law enforcement. Yeah. Certain things just didn't add up in that whole fiasco.
And it's just like dropped off the map all of a sudden.
Yeah. Now that he got knocked out, we ain't no more buzz about it. But before he fought, that was the constant.
That was the talk of the day. What's up, BBO? Sports TV in the building.
Private investigations find a way to try to find something on him that they would believe that they could use to get out that fight, because them boys that he brought in to get him ready for the fight was putting hands and feet on him.
And the part I can't get over, he was on probation, wasn't he? And nothing was never said about that.
And that's why I had asked you, like, you with a person being on probation, what can get them violation of their probationary standard to mean they can be picked up? Because that technically, to me, seems like that would have been one of the things.
And you never heard nothing about it here in the news.
Never heard nothing about it. So
talking about it, you never heard nothing, man. Nothing.
I stand on the fact that, you know, I think that was a ploy just to get out of that fight. That's what I believe. I wholeheartedly believe it. And I said as much the first time around because it just didn't add up. But now, many months later, it's 3 months later, and we still haven't heard anything on it.
And it just dropped out of the news. So that tell me that's what you said is whoever's concocted.
So yeah, you know, hopefully that fiasco also lights a fire under him, because there's some fights he can make that can bring boxing back to newer heights, better heights, and silence a lot of the damn criticism that boxing is under right now because of the way that it's moving.
Yeah.
But with the women though, we don't have that much of a problem because they're fighting for the standard that they operate in over there with the men's side.
We're getting a lot of the fights we want on the women's side, you know.
Absolutely, and I love and I enjoy that, and like for that, I thank Jake Paul and all those who do put on fights for the women. I just hope that we can get that to stay the standard for them, so that, you know, there'll always be something that attracts people to their sport, because they need to see best fight best.
Yeah. And just keep getting more popular. I think the 3-minute rounds would help them too.
And yeah, that too. And then for just regular boxing, I think that we should move towards an odd round. I believe that they should move towards a universal supplementation and doping
all of that
agency and standard. I think that they should also definitely make sure that gloves are being kept by the sanctioning bodies and not by the fighters, so that they can't be tampered with. I believe that they should go to same day weigh-ins, or not same week weigh-ins. I think that they should go ahead.
No, to agree, a same day weigh-in would be excellent.
Yeah, and if not same week, I think in the week then they should do it, or within 2 weeks they should be making sure that they have a percentage of the weight that they got to be in by a certain time. I think
time frames on it.
Yeah, and I think that
like
go ahead.
Within this time, we have another weigh-in within this time, all the way up to the fight.
Yeah, for sure. To ensure that, you know, there ain't none of that nonsense. And I'm still understanding, man, because if you could put on 25 to 30 pounds in one night, you should be able to take off one just as easy. And it's not easy to take that much weight off, no matter what you do.
I don't know how they put all that on like that. Wow.
So, Cash, just to put it in perspective, when they had the weights, like the ceremonial weigh-ins, because they couldn't make the original weigh-in, you know how long they give these people to drop just maybe even a point here of weight or a pound here of weight? But in a night, you could put on 30 pounds?
Yeah.
How is that possible?
I don't understand that. Somebody weigh in at 140, then by the fight night they're at 165. Wow.
I believe, honestly, like no more than 7 pounds is really truly what the standard is for adding weight, rehydration, and stuff like that. I don't believe you can. That's 3 classes. No way. How many classes is that? That's 4 classes, 5 classes, weight classes you can rehydrate in one night.
I wish they would do like the IBF, make that universal. The 10 pounds. That's perfect. You know, 10-pound rehydration clause for every fight, at least championships, you know. Whatever your weight.
I agree.
10 pounds over at fight night.
I agree, because I remember watching fights and it'd be 3 or 4 pounds, at the most 7, but never nothing above that. And now we see astronomical rehydrations.
What it comes down to, technically, is every weight class is unlimited. Because once you weigh in, you can go up to whatever you want to go up to.
Exactly. No, that's a great point. It's unlimited. That's a great point. Maybe that is an excellent show idea.
Yeah,
Rehydration.
yeah, that is. That's a good one.
That's
Yeah.
a dang good show idea, bro. I think you would do a great job with
No
bringing
limit
some.
on weights, because you can go whatever you want to once you weigh in. And then they made it the day before. I don't know why they did that. I think it was like safety, so people could rehydrate safer or something. You know, we had more time because how they drained themselves getting down to weight, they wanted to give you more time to
That's why
rehydrate.
fights were better, because they weren't. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Use it the wrong way.
No, but I agree with you. I think that's why fights were so much more competitive, because they weren't killing themselves to make certain weights.
You was fighting where you're supposed to be.
You were fighting within the range of.
That fight, you didn't have time to put all that weight back on.
Absolutely.
So if you was going to go back up to 165, you didn't drop down to no 140. You stayed up in that range, at least 160. You know.
Absolutely.
Because you knew you wasn't going to have time to put those 25 pounds on.
So the history of rehydration and how it shaped the sport of boxing, I think that'll be a hell of a show.
Yeah, I got Cornerman for Monday. That's a good one there too. Yeah.
Yeah, and the imprint that they have left, because there's some trees that's going on right now that's back to like some of the greatest cornermen of all time, and you can see like the productivity of said cornerman.
Yeah.
Just like they do in NFL with coaching trees, how certain coaches came from this tree and they always are successful or have won championships and things like that. It's interesting to see, you know, the greatest cornermen and how they've affected the sport and what the, you know, their fighters have
like Bill
done.
Belichick came from Bill Parcells. You remember?
Yeah, Parcells' coaching tree is amazing.
Yes.
So wherever he came from, it would be interesting to see where he got his tutelage.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find that out. Where he was assistant at and all of that, Bill Parcells. You ever heard of remember the guy who coached Buffalo? I think Bill Parcells was one of his assistants before too. Marv Levy.
Marv Levy.
I think Bill Parcells was assistant on his staff back in the old days. Yeah.
The old Bills days? That's what's up.
Straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was terrible.
I just remember Parcells because Parcells had one of the quotes that I often loved. He was like, yo, are you hurt or are you injured? He said, because if you hurt, you still can be of service. If you're injured, I ain't got nothing to do with you.
Yep.
Parcells was a cold player, bro. I love me some Parcells.
And the players loved him, man.
Yeah, because he knew how to coach folks. Yeah. He knew how to. I think psychology must have been one of his backgrounds, though, because he knew how to. Yeah, he knew who he could touch. Not touch, but how he could press their buttons and you know.
Right. Which players he knew exactly.
Which players, which way for certain players.
Yeah.
Because he talked to every single player. There's just certain players he had to talk to differently than others, and he knew that. Yeah. And you know that was very beneficial to their success. So man, shout out to Bill Parcells, man.
Because I heard him say like LT was just natural. He had to motivate him or nothing because it was Sunday came.
But he said he would say certain things to LT to get him right though.
Yeah. Yeah,
he said, you know, I had to approach him differently because he's like, you didn't really kill Fudge.
Yeah, he was just naturally ready to play. Didn't have to motivate him too much. He was ready to go out there and kill somebody.
But like I said, man, I mean, we never really got to see the true greatness of Lawrence Taylor. He always played under the influence. I would have liked to see him not under the influence. Yeah. Like people don't know, Reggie White played most of his career with sleep apnea, so he wasn't even really at his best.
Yeah,
you know, it's just amazing how great they were that they were still able to dominate, even not being at a. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, still dominate.
And you know that plays a factor in sports, man. Just being able to be at your best. I mean, that's one of the things that allowed for me to have a better respect for Jordan because I'm not a real big Jordan fan.
No.
Nah, I'm not. I've never been a real big Jordan fan. I admit his greatness though. See, I'm not like fans are today. They don't like somebody, man. They sorry. They garbage. They this, they that. I can't do that.
Not like them and still appreciate, still give them the respect of their talents and stuff.
Man,
Fans can't do it nowadays.
Kaz, I can't stand the Celtics and I can't stand Larry Bird, but I know of all time that dude is one of the best to ever lace them up.
He's up there, man.
And there's nothing anyone can say to tell me or convince me otherwise. There's nothing you can do. He didn't look graceful out there.
I used to get mad at him back in the 80s. He would come up with the shots and win those games or steal a pair. I used to get mad at Larry and say, Larry Bird did it again.
And he was the coaches that was coaching against him what he was going to do and did it.
I saw him do that in person one time. He was playing
you did it?
Yeah. It was at a practice. They used to come over here. The Bullets used to, well, they used to play here, but then they left. They used to play a practice game here every offseason, 4 of them. And one year they played the Celtics, a preseason game. And Larry Bird came out there and told them, I know you're not putting him on me. He told the coach that, pointed at the guy, man. And then he went out there and scorched him. I know you're not putting him on me.
And that got to be tough, man. That got to be tough as you the one that's getting singled out by somebody, and you know how that dynamic was, man. I'm guilty of it too.
We let him up.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying?
He played he played like a half or something. You know, it was a practice game.
The infamous. That was only the half of the game.
It was a practice game. You know. Yeah, he didn't even play the whole game. That's
crazy. So that's how talented that man was, man.
Yeah.
I remember, remember Larry at the end of his career where he had to always lay on the floor because his back was always hurt. He would have to go in there and he would play against these people with a bad back. And I know how that feels now because, his bad back, I thought back was all muscle. Like, so I wasn't never understood that it was like the actual alignment of his spine that was all messed up.
Yeah.
And he had stuff fused up in there, so he was very stiff. He still was giving these people buckets. Messed up. Yeah, and they did the Dream Team practice, and it was a couple of the college cats that was talking junk about him. I think it was Rodney Rogers and somebody else. And they was talking about, man, Larry Bird. And Larry Bird ain't been good since '88, man. What are you gonna do against us? Larry Bird heard it, right? Mm-hmm. So he went and told Magic, he's like, hey, feed me the ball all night long. Don't worry about nothing. Larry Bird went out there and started busting their ass, and he said, hey, young fella, starting to look like 88 again. They said at that point in time, they never said anything bad about that man again. He said he was busting their ass.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. But that's what I remember. And I remember how they used to compete, how it's a different form of competition.
And doing the pre-warm-up, when they was out there warming up, you know what Larry Bird was doing? Watching the other team. Doing the pre-game warm-ups. He said how they hitting, where they hitting from in the warm-ups. And I've looked at, he watched the other team while he was warming up the whole time, man.
Yeah.
That's what made him so good. He said then who hitting like they hitting from in the warm-ups and everything,
No, because he had to, because he knew he wasn't the athlete that they were. So I had to beat you at something. I had to be better than you at something.
Right.
I remember watching the I forgot it was a documentary about how Bird and Magic saved the league.
Yeah, they did.
They really did, and it showed Bird, his competitive fire. They always talked about how competitive he was, man, and how skilled he really was, even though he didn't look flashy. And at the end of it, it said, Bird said this, man. He said, man, you know what? I was always jealous of Magic. Mm-hmm. Magic just was a better overall talent than I was. He said he would never tell him this, but he could never do the things that Magic could do. And even in their personality, he was like, I always go through the back door. I'm not the person that likes the attention, the flash, and all that stuff. That was Magic. And he said, but you know, that man was truly a great player, and he did some things that I wish I could have done. But what I could do, I mastered them, and I gave every bit of it every night on that court.
Sure
and
did.
You know,
yeah, they did a commercial one time. It was like in the early 80s when they were just getting going, and Magic flew out to Larry, Indiana, where Larry lived at. And so then Larry Bird went to Magic when they was on break and said his mother told me to bring you over to the house for lunch. So they went over there, right? And they were sitting at the table, and his mother asked Larry Bird, you tell him yet, Larry? Larry said, no, you tell him. And his mother said, Magic, I think you better than Larry.
I mean, you know, but that's the competitor in him.
Right.
Like he said, he knew that Magic was a better player than him, but he would never admit to it. Like, I'm not gonna admit to that, dog, because I gotta beat you. I gotta beat you by any means necessary. I will beat you. And I mean, I hated the Celtics because, you know, in 3 series that we lost to the Celtics. You know, it was greatly because of 2 players in particular, or 3, because McHale was tough too.
Oh, yeah,
but Bird and Dennis Johnson, man, them 2 Mickey Frickies was tough. They was tough, man, and they played the game hard, man. They were hard. No, you had to fight to beat them.
Yeah,
it wasn't easy.
When they got DJ, I said when they got him. I said that's it. They got the squad now. They had Bird and McHale and Parrish, did I think? And I remember they got
Parrish, Bird, McHale, had Danny Ainge.
Yeah, and when they got there, I think DJ was there, then Ainge came. But when they got DJ, I said, that's it right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's when they became
but the way that people well, there was super teams back in the days, man. It was less teams to have on the thing, so that there were a lot of super teams, man. You can't tell me a team
match up superstar. They built the teams like they do now, like LeBron gonna go.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
And Durant gonna go to Golden State. They didn't do that back then. They built it from scratch, ground up.
For sure. I will agree with that. But there were some teams that if they were to play today, they would dominate, man, because they just had that much talent on teams. Yeah. And that's why, for me, and this was one of the biggest knocks to me on LeBron, he was on a team with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, along with other folks. And they only won 1 or 2 championships? One.
They lost the other one to Dallas, remember? They went twice, and Dallas beat them.
And they only won 1.
Remember? Yeah.
Yep. They only won 1.
Yep.
I tell you this, and I tell you this with all assurity. You sub out LeBron and you put Kobe Bryant on that team,
they would have won it.
Every year they win the title.
Yeah. Everybody always talk about LeBron and Mike. What about Kobe?
They hate Kobe. Kobe is like Tank. Kobe is like Tank in boxing. Mm-hmm. They hate that brother. For some odd reason, they hate him. I think it's because, you know, he came closest to touching the aura of Jordan. Yeah. I mean, me, myself, I think he is probably the single most talented and more skilled player that has ever touched the Basketball Association. Mm-hmm. I just don't think that he had the proper players around him. If you would have gave him people who could shoot the ball consistently and knock that stuff down, it'd have been tough to beat the Lakers, because you got to double and triple team this dude.
Got to. Every time.
That leaves people open that can actually hit or finish, and they never truly had that.
Mike had Ron Harper, Steve Kerr. Yeah,
thank you, Kaz. I'm glad somebody actually sees it.
Always had him, because they knew he was going to do triple team. The Chicago's management always made sure they had other shooters.
Man, Kaz, I had somebody tell me, man, you mean to tell me you give somebody, Winnington, Purdue, and Cartwright. I had to break it down before I said, dog, Cartwright averaged 15 to 17 points his whole tenure there with Jordan. Averaged about like 10 rebounds.
Yeah.
9 to 10 rebounds. I said Purdue was giving you quality defense and rebounds off the bench and fouls to foul folks with. And Winnington was giving you great mid-range shooting and defense and rebounds. I said these people were there to accentuate what they need on that team. That team was put together beautifully. They had shooters, they had ball handlers, they had defenders, they had rebounders, and they had quality play inside. They had Horace Grant at power forward, and then after him, they had Dennis Rodman. Where were they lacking?
One time too, remember?
Yeah, where were they lacking? I was like, they weren't lacking. I said the difference between them winning them years and them years when they were getting put out was that Pippen elevated his play. And once Pippen became the player he was, it was tough to beat them.
Makes sense. And you know, Ron Harper, people don't know this. Before
I love me some Ron Harper.
He was a 25 point per game scorer.
Oh, yeah, in Cleveland.
Didn't even do that, but he still had the capability.
Yeah, he had the capability. He just got hurt, so he didn't have the explosiveness that he used to have. Because remember,
they didn't need him to score.
Yeah, they didn't need him, but he could play hella defense and he can score when he needed to.
When they needed him, yes, he was a scorer. Mm-hmm.
And he played hella defense, though.
Yeah, he sure did.
You got shooters and B.J. Armstrong, Craig Hodges, John Paxson, Steve Kerr. Like, get the foot. Like, that's what really pisses me off because I know people don't. They judge what they judge what. Yeah, exactly, and they just judge folks by what they like.
Yeah.
Bro, I look at the team. The team was constructed from top to bottom to win. They put that team together to win, and they put it around my main man, Jordan. So now how do we compliment what he does well? Well, he can draw some people when he beats somebody. We got to have shooters.
Yeah,
if he miss
a lot of open shots, because you got somebody going to be on somebody else, man, going to be on Mike.
Man, for sure.
Judd Buechler was pretty good shooter, too.
Oh, do me a favor, Kaz. For your audience, can you shout out BVO Sports TV and the Sports Talk Network and have people over there check in and tap into the Sports Talk Network?
Yeah, BVO from the Sports Talk
I
Network.
want that nigga to be moist on me.
8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. I always shout BVO out.
Yeah, I know, but you know, he get a little sensitive every now and again. What's up, Irony Boxer? I didn't even see you pop up. I've been talking my talk.
No, I just pulled up. I ain't got no idea. I saw you talk a little bit about the Bulls, but that's about it.
Yeah. You said something about somebody could shoot, Arnie.
Yeah, Judd Buechler.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Judd Buechler. Yeah, I forgot about him.
Yeah.
So, but Iron, this is what they will tell you. And Cash just pointed this out. He'd tell you that they say Jordan won with a bunch of bums.
And we didn't mention this other guy who took the 20 point per game scorer.
You gonna tell me that Tony Kukoc was a bum? Seriously?
I was just going to say that, Arnie. Tony Kukoc. Yeah. They had him.
That boy, if he would have been in any other team, he probably makes All-Star.
He could have been the leader of any other team.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
When they break to build a team around if he was somewhere else.
Bums, though. They called them bums.
Seriously.
Horace Grant, bum.
One man ain't gonna win those 6 championships by itself.
Ron Harper, bum.
Ron Harper, a bum.
B.J. Armstrong, bum. Craig Hodges, bum. Steve Kerr, bum. No, that's what they say. To make him greater than what he is already, he won championships with bums. No other player would ever win with those bums. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so that's. I would put it this way. I would put it. He won with 2 Hall of Famers, an excellent player, and a bunch of great role players. That's how I would put it.
Who the 2 Hall of Famers?
Rodman and Pippen, and the great player is Kukoc.
Hey, I could go with that. I think that Horace Grant should be somewhere mentioned up in there. I thought he was a
I
great
would
player.
say great role player. I would put him
He
in the
goes
great
to
role player, and
he
that's
goes
no
to
insult,
Hall of
bro.
Fame
I'll
on
put him
another
in there
team.
with, PJ Brown and Robert Ory and great role players. You need
Yeah.
those players.
I
Who
think
knew
he's
their
better
role?
than a Robert Ory, but I hear what you're saying.
They
Yeah, he
knew their
definitely.
role.
Could
And they
be,
played
could
them
be.
to
He had a
perfection.
He's
nice
not.
little number.
He's not a star, but yeah, he is elite as a role
The
player.
guy with the glasses, right? He's the dude with the glasses, right?
Yeah.
And everybody didn't want to be a role player, but Chicago had the type of role players that did their role and didn't try to do no more. They just because they knew they was gonna win titles, so they
'Cause
played their role
I'll-
and didn't try to be nothing else.
Let me put it to you this way: you can talk all you want to about Steph, Clay, and KD. They ain't going nowhere without Draymond.
Nope.
Draymond. That's why it pissed me off in that series where they gave him the T and kicked him out, man. I thought that if you were going to give him the T in the series before when they were down 3-1 and he was kneeing the hell out of people in their groins, he should have got the T then.
Yeah, Andrew.
How when somebody's standing over him, putting their groin in his face, he pushed them off, that's a T. How is that a T?
The problem with Draymond, bro, he never really knew when to shut the hell up,
He
bro,
had the
to be
reputation.
honest with you.
The referees already had an opinion formed of him too.
Yeah,
He
bro,
had the
constantly arguing with refs, bro.
Yeah.
They're gonna get sick of you, bro.
Right,
Like,
you always gonna get the blame.
I hear you, and I don't disagree. This is what I am saying though.
Mhm.
They were down 3-1. He had already reached the limit of techs he can get
Right.
in the playoffs before he was get suspended. They're down 3-1 to the Thunder.
Mhm.
And he needs somebody twice. I think it was the big
Right.
Aussie
yeah,
twice, and then he
I'm
needs somebody else. He needs somebody else one other time, and he got no tech. But when they were up 3-1, and remember, it still carries over.
Yeah.
They're going back home. LeBron James stands over him. They winning this game. He's standing over him, and he pushes him off to get him off of him. They give him a tech. They go back home up 3-1 without him on the court.
I don't think that's all he did, T Hill, to be fair. Like, he did a little more than just push him off of him.
Okay, well we gonna have to discuss that on your channel, bro.
Sure.
You gotta look that video up and watch the whole breakdown to see if I'm over exaggerating, dog. Because if I'm over exaggerating, I will say I was wrong.
And I'll say the same thing if he didn't do it. I'll say I was wrong.
I can't really remember it. I remember the sequence, but I can't really remember exactly what happened. I'm gonna have to.
I kind of remember, but I don't remember like vividly. I
have to go back and look at it too.
Yeah, we got to look at that because I want to come back and discuss this topic too. I know it's a separate and apart from boxing, but like I really believe that factors into all sports, and they have certain looks that they want to look because it might make a lot more money.
I mean, all of us here, we like more than one thing anyway, so I don't mind it. But I wanted to say one more thing about what you said. If you were finished, I don't know if you were finished. Are you?
Who was finished? Who was finished?
Because you were saying.
Oh, this ain't my format. This is Cass format. You go ahead and speak your mind.
Okay, just before I forget, because I wanted to say one more thing about what you were saying about Draymond and that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you, to be fair, T Hill, do you think that a referee has all of that in their mind at that moment where they're making that call? I love the breakdown, but to put myself in the shoes of a referee, like I can't hold him to that degree because he's not thinking, should I give it to him or not because he's reached his limit, or they don't necessarily, taking that into consideration when they're making a call or not, So I don't know, man. I think it was justified, and but again, I don't.
Okay, I hear you, but if it was justified to give it to him in that situation against Cleveland, it most certainly was justified in every single one of those situations when they were down 3-1 to the Thunder.
Oh yeah.
But y'all know what? Y'all know what is true though. Like in the finals or something, you take a player like Mike or Magic or Larry Bird. Them referees have instructions that tell really something really harsh to eject one of them because that's what the fans want to see. And it's going to take a lot to put one of them out of the game. Somebody like that, that's a fact.
And
having one of them in Draymond's shoes, they probably wouldn't have got ejected. You know,
not at all. And I say that because of the thing that you opened up by saying, I know that people say about Clay and what's the name, but Draymond was truly the engine in that team, and he was the grit that they needed in those games. And on top of that, he was a facilitator. He was the facilitator for them. Yes. He was the aggressor. He was the defender. Yep. You know, he was the thing that got the fast breaks going.
The heart and soul of that team, basically.
He was. And you're going back to close out the series on your home court, and you don't have your heart and soul out there.
I know.
And all he did was get somebody from standing over him.
Yeah.
Prior to that, he was kneeing people in the nuts deliberately.
Yeah, that was definitely intentional. Like, there's no way around that shit.
He was one of the marquee players.
How do you not get text for that, dog? How do you not? Down 3-1.
But that's also my problem with Steph. Like, I'm not a big Steph guy. I would much rather have Clay. If I can only have one of them two, give me Clay of the Splash Brothers, because, bro, if you're Steph and you're all of this and you're the unanimous MVP and 73 games and blah, 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 because this was before KD got there. So Steph is officially the dude, right?
Right.
You have to find a way to get one of those 3 games, brother. Seriously.
Yeah, without Draymond.
Come on, man. Like,
you got to.
Either that or you're not that dude. You know, it's one of the two.
Nah, I hear you. I really do, man. But I'm not a big Steph guy either. Especially as much as they put on Steph by saying he's top 10, I can't see it. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, the impact on the last U.S. Olympic team, Steph, I think there was 3 people that was impactful to that team. Well, 4. Because I think that, what's his name? KD definitely. Oh, hell yeah. KD definitely. I thought Booker.
Nothing, you know.
LeBron did it. Huh?
What's LeBron? Yeah, he was on there, wasn't he?
Yeah, LeBron did his thing, but I think LeBron was like a blessing and a curse to the team. Yeah. At times he would be really great, and then at times he would be really bad. And I think that's really been most of his career in the advanced years of his stage. The advanced stage of his years in the league, and on the time with what's the name? But I thought that Booker, I thought he should have played a lot more too. I thought Kevin Durant, I don't know why he didn't play that much, but when he played, he was very impactful. Yeah. I thought, what's his name? The center was huge. He was huge.
That game against Serbia, bro. Like,
he was huge.
Bro, like they were down. I can't remember. That was the real final. That was the real gold medal game. I tell everybody, like, France, I get it. They're at home. You got a few NBA players, this and that. But Serbia is the team, bro. Everybody knows it.
Yeah, that was the team, bro. That was the only team that really, really, truly could beat the U.S.
Yeah, like Spain and Argentina ain't the same anymore. You know, so it's Serbia.
Nah.
Yeah, Spain was those brothers. Remember the Gasol brothers?
And Argentina with Ginobili and all those great role players.
Hey, but irony, tell him who that player was, though. The Philadelphia center.
Embiid.
Joel Embiid. That dude was crucial to them getting to that finals.
I think he underrated. He don't get this.
Well, he always hurt too. He is underrated, but he's always hurt.
That's the problem. That's always been the problem with Joel Embiid. Like, he has literally everything. He can even shoot the 3-pointer, bro.
Mm-hmm. Like there are Philadelphia fans, because you know there's a lot of Philadelphia folk that's on this platform that really want to trade him. I said, y'all can trade him to the Lakers. We'll gladly ship somebody out there for him.
Get him to Boston, man.
Nah, man, Boston don't need him.
I know.
What's the guy Boston got? The Eastern European guy?
I don't watch the NBA. I watch international football, but I don't watch the NBA anymore. So.
That's when they won that title, when they got him. As soon as they got him in the offseason.
Yeah, that was 2 years ago, right? Or 2 or 3 years ago, right?
Yeah, what was his name? He came from the Wizards. Oh, man, I can't think of it. But when they got him in the offseason this summer, I said, Boston going to win it this year. They won it.
Oh, the unicorn?
What's his name?
Taco?
No, from Eastern Europe somewhere.
No. You talking about what's his name? Goodness gracious, he's tall. That Mickey freaky tall as hell.
Taco something, right? Taco something.
He's like 7 feet. I don't know if
No, not him. The other guy.
somebody else. I'm gonna tell you in a minute. This was like 2 or 3 seasons ago, something like that.
Yeah, what's his name though? I think he came from Denver. I think he was drafted by Denver and then he got traded to somewhere else. He got traded to the Wizards and then
Is he on Boston now?
I don't think so. What's his name though? He I think he's from Ukraine or something like that. You know who he talking about?
Yeah, I can't think of his
They
name.
used to call him the unicorn, dog. What's his name?
Are you talking about Porzingis?
Porzingis. Kristaps Porzingis.
Oh, okay. Well, he played in New York. Why didn't you guys say New York? You guys said Wizards. And I'm thinking,
He did
you
play
would
for
have said New
the
York.
Wizards at one time.
He did play for the Wizards, though. He did play for the Wizards.
Him
Came
and
from
Melo,
the other
him
team.
and
What was the other team that drafted him? T.O.
the Knicks.
Portland. T.O. said-
Denver. I think Denver drafted him. My bad.
And he went to the Wizards. And when Boston got him that year, I said they got it. That was all they didn't have was a big center in their middle. You know.
He did play for New York before he went to the.
Him and Carmelo had a nice sweet thing going on for a while there. They just had nobody else.
Oh, I hate the Knicks for what they did to Carmelo. I hate them for what they did to him, and I hate them for what they did for Starberry.
Marbury did that to himself, bro. To be honest with you, I mean, let's be honest here. Yeah, that whole thing when they got Marbury and Steve Francis and Nate Robinson, a bunch of hotheads together. I mean, nah, bro. Like Marbury to me is one of the underachievers, bro. Marbury should have been talent-wise, bro. Like
all of
he
them
should
you
be
just
up
named,
there.
Arnie. All of them.
Yeah, they really underachieved, bro. But especially Marbury, because Marbury to me is the most talented of them all.
Yeah, he was.
Like he had a killer crossover. Bro.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. When the Iverson crossovers. But
he had issues with Garnett in Minnesota. He didn't. He makes Latrell Sprewell look like a choir boy, man.
Yeah. I don't know about all that now, dog. Come on, dog.
Yeah, I might be crazy there, but
yeah, Latrell.
Latrell was no joke.
Kind of like a Michael Beasley as well. They have all the talent in the world. They just couldn't get their shit together.
They had the stars, man, with all of them.
Yeah, Michael Beasley still could play.
Off the court killed him, though, you know.
Now, you're absolutely right, Cass. Off the court issues killed him. Yeah. It kills a lot of stars, bro, to be honest. It kills a lot of stars.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Or I shouldn't say that because I know that YouTube doesn't like that term, but it takes them down.
A lot of stars' careers. That's what we.
Jaleel Okafor. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, man. A bunch of
Okafor.
Yeah, Okafor was tough too, man. I thought injury took him out though.
I thought he was going to be.
There's another Okafor. Remember, there's an Emeka Okafor. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Jaleel Okafor that was drafted.
Yeah, from Duke, right? Jaleel Okafor.
Yeah, exactly.
I know exactly what you talking about. Man, come on, dog. You acting like you talking to some Hooper, dog.
Is he the one from Duke?
Yeah. Irony over here tripping, man. Don't pay him no mind, man.
Yeah.
He said on Mecca. Nobody talking about no Mecca Okafor.
He was another one. He was another number one that turned out to be pretty good, but not great. You know,
He had problems off the court though, didn't he? Didn't he get
not Emeka. Jaleel had a bunch.
Jaleel, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
He had something with some woman or something, didn't he? Some kind of rape thing or something, assault.
Not only that, he got into it with a bunch of fans that were heckling him one time in a club and I actually defended him. I actually commented by that. That was like on my last legs of watching the NBA, and I commented on that video and I said, "Listen, just because you buy a ticket, don't give you the right to say whatever you want to somebody. You know, like they can respond to you too." And it was a nice little conversation, but it's tough.
On the Steelers, is he playing tonight? He got up there a confrontation with some fans. He was suspended for their last game against the Ravens, which they should have lost. Remember? What's his name? T.O. wide receiver on the Steelers.
Antonio Brown.
No, this just happened like a couple weeks ago. He hit a fan or something.
Holy
He
shit.
reached up into the stand. The fan said something to him or something. Metcalf. DK Metcalf. Remember?
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't watch the NFL now.
He was suspended for their last game. They got lucky and won it, but they missed. They truly missed him. But yeah, but you're right though. Just because you buy a ticket don't mean you can don't put your hands on nobody.
Right.
I think the fan actually reached down and touched him. They was coming out of the tunnel or something, right? He reached up there.
That's another problem, and some players have said that. Like in no other sport do you get fans as close to the players as you do in basketball.
Yeah, that's true.
None other. Not in soccer, not in football, not in baseball.
Right
not
there on top of them. They're right behind the bench. And then when you come going into the locker room, they reach right over and can touch you,
Going to the locker room is one thing because but in the bench you're sitting there, it's easier to they can throw something at you because you're sitting there, you're not moving or anything.
You're back to them.
Exactly. So, thankfully, nothing has happened per se, but
but it could.
You're kind of asking for it, right? You're kind of asking for it.
Yeah.
To be honest. So
the potential is right there for something bad. Real bad. Yeah.
Especially nowadays with all the shit's been going on, bro. Like God.
Yeah, and as crazy as people is nowadays, man.
Yeah.
The fans done got real wild nowadays.
I mean, the internet has bridged the gap between now you can get to people,
Right.
Like
directly to them.
Right. You can write something, they might have somebody that handles that for them, but somebody gonna read it.
Yeah.
So
when a lot of them, and the person that handles it for them see something, they're gonna direct it straight to them,
Right.
Like what this person said about you.
Yeah, if somebody wants to give you a threat or whatever, whatever.
Whatever. Yeah.
But I mean, it is what it is. What are we gonna do?
What you been talking about over there lately, Arnie?
Oh man,
any good topics?
Yeah, we talked about everything. The other day I was with T Hill and another person in the panel. It was Saturday or Friday, one of the two.
You'll be missing out.
4 hours, almost 5 hours.
Wow. On the panel.
Yeah. I mean, all together. And the panel was at least 2.5.
2.5 hours. Okay. Wow. Yeah, but that's what you want,
Yeah, for sure, bro. I always loved a good convo and the back and forth and Subriel, bro. Oh my God, bro. It's a bad day.
Yeah. What was the 6th?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. It was the 6th, and like another guy was saying, he was saying, listen, the last round Subriel was the round previous to that one. Subriel was looking good. Yeah. It's not like he was, getting fucked up, getting hurt, and
he wasn't.
Now Dalton, I'll give Dalton this. He came to fight.
Yeah. He came to win it.
I mean, as limited as he is, and whatever the case may be,
he was serious.
He went for it, and I said it. I said, people, I got a bad feeling. You know what? I got a bad feeling because this guy got everything to win and nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose. No lose situation. He lose. He's supposed to lose, right?
Exactly.
He won. Look at him now. He won. Look at him. Knocked him out.
If he loses, he shouldn't even be there in the first place.
In the first place, right?
But now UK got a new star.
Yeah, 140.
New star. For how long he's gonna maintain it?
Hey, I wanted my bad, Irony. What did you say? I got a phone call when you was asking me a question. What were you saying again, Cass?
The last thing, let's see. What was we talking about this? Oh, I was talking about DK Metcalf.
Oh yeah, the receiver.
You was talking about the fans and the players. And this just happened with DK Metcalf.
Oh, yeah, DK Metcalf went up there and beat on that dude, yeah.
Is he playing tonight?
Ooh, that's a good question. He might be suspended.
Against the Ravens, they should have lost.
I don't know how many games he was suspended, but he could have been suspended for.
They clearly missed him.
Yeah, oh hell yeah. Oh hell, you gonna miss somebody like that.
You could see it, man. When Rodgers would go back Metcalf
So-
would be that option right there across the middle and stuff. But he wasn't there. He didn't have nowhere to go with the ball.
So what happened? Did the man say something racial or something?
I think the fan touched him. Reached out. They was coming out the tunnel, and he reached out and touched him. I don't know what he said, but I know he touched him. And DK popped him. You know, he reached back up there.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I know you got to restrain yourself, but there's certain things that fans shouldn't be allowed to do too. Because you know.
Yeah, just because you get a ticket don't
Very
mean
true.
you get the right to, you know.
Yeah, very true.
But what did you think
Yeah,
about
this
that?
is a
Keel?
two-way street here, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think what he said is absolutely correct. It's a two-way street, man. But when you got to think about it, the camera really not on the fan; it's on you.
Right. It's on
And then the fan, I don't care what people say. I know people try to go away from this very fact, but you are a black man in a society that doesn't like when black men succeed or do better than the average other folk.
Mm-hmm.
You have that platform and you have the NFL that banner over you. You have to be cautious of how you conduct yourself and how you speak, because you will be the first one that they will target. They will not target the fan.
But you know what? And then any football player,
You know the
you're
problem?
gonna be the one that's any player, regardless of race. What you said was true too, here. But regardless of race, the player be gonna be the one getting all the press about it, not the fan. So
I agree with you. I agree with you. That's why I said you are wearing the NFL banner. So because you're wearing that NFL banner, you got to restrain yourself, like you said. But I will say this before irony continues on, because I know he was continuing. There was an incident where Ray Rice beat on a woman. Now he was wrong as all get up, and it was on video.
Yeah.
There was another player that played for the Seahawks that almost unalived his woman, and he was still able to play.
Yeah.
It wasn't until somebody brought attention to the fact that that's what Ray Rice did, and y'all got him out of here, that they got him out of there. And the reason why they let him play was because he didn't look like Ray Rice.
Yeah, they put the pressure on him when they, but the double standard was shown.
It was shown.
Yeah,
They didn't
the thing
do it
with
at
Riley
first.
Cooper too. To me, that was the worst.
What did he do?
Riley Cooper in a
I
country
remember that.
concert was yelling a bunch of N-words, and I'm not talking about the N-word with the A at the end. I'm talking about the other N-word to some security guys that were, black men, and that was on camera too. And if I'm not mistaken, I could be mistaken about this because this was a while ago, and I don't even watch the sport anymore. But nothing happened. So
Who was it? A football player?
yeah, Riley Cooper was a wide receiver, I think, for the Eagles.
Panthers?
Maybe?
The Eagles. Yeah, I think it was the Eagles. Yeah, I think he started with the Panthers though.
Oh, yeah, that was around the Super Bowl time when the first Super Bowl, wasn't it? I think
That was a bunch of that. That was back when Skip and Stephen A were together. So imagine how
Yeah.
far along was that.
Yeah, that was a while. I remember that though, vaguely. Yeah.
I watch those two every single day go at it, bro. That's the best pair of analysts I've ever seen. But
yeah, that used to be good.
But there's a flip side to that, Tehil, and you're right. Okay, let me start by saying you're absolutely right. Okay, because you're the pro, you're the representative of the whatever 3-letter league you're representative of.
Yeah,
you're getting paid all this money, and
you're gonna be the one getting the press from it,
and you're worth every penny, and you're the one getting all the press. All of that is true, and you are right. The flip side to that is you have to set a boundary somewhere, because if you don't do anything about this for all those reasons, what are people gonna think? Oh, I can do that too. I can do that too. I can do maybe this. I can. People will push the envelope if you don't set the boundaries at the right time. So you see what I'm saying? Like, you're right.
No, I agree with you.
But again, Arnie, I missed part of it. I was talking to Miss Cass for a minute.
Shout out Miss Cash.
Start at you said you got to set the boundaries. That was the last thing I heard.
Yeah, like people are gonna push the envelope. People are gonna think that it's okay then if you don't do anything.
That's
So,
right.
so
Others.
unfortunately, that's how they think,
Other
and
fans. But say, well, I
exactly.
can do it.
So we
Yeah.
need to set boundaries, because at the end of the day, we're two human beings here. One of them happens to be a more status human being than the other,
Right.
or whatever the case may be. But at a human
Yeah.
level, why should you take disrespect? I'm not saying that you should fly off the handle if somebody says you suck, you no, that's fine. All that is fine, but
Yeah.
to a point, there's levels to
I go to the
disrespect.
point where don't touch.
So
And that fan actually touched.
not only touching, forget about touching is out of bounds, obviously.
Yeah, way out of bounds.
But even the words, and I'm
That
not
too.
trying to sound
Depends
like
on the word. Yeah, you're right.
like
Depends on what words they are.
yeah, bro. Like it's not like we're about to take shit just gratuitously.
Right.
Like
So Cash, then I say this to what Irony is saying. I mean, because it goes you gotta set a boundary, because some people,
I agree.
not only will they know if they can get away with it, they will come over there because they will be divisive in trying to get that person that they probably don't want on the field because he's that much of a baller out of there by targeting them and doing it, because I am protected. I am the fan. They are protecting me.
Trying to get some money,
True indeed. True indeed. Or get some money. And I only say that, and I only say I agree with that. I agree with it as a totality. Everything in its totalitarian. I can't even say right now. I can't even say.
I know what you're saying. Don't worry about it.
In its totality,
yeah.
It has the impact, because there are sports and there are folk who, if you come up to them and you do something, you getting handled. Like, say for instance, you say anything to Nate Diaz.
Oh boy.
You subject to get popped.
I know.
And they're not going to do nothing to him. Nothing to him. You deserved it because you wanted to be tough in a sport that these people are tough.
Are tough, right? Are super tough.
Yeah, because I've seen people testing UFC fighters. Thank you for bringing that up. Like, people are starting to go beyond the stupidity level and start testing people that fight for a living.
They're at crazy level.
Because it's one thing to mess with a basketball player or a football player, which is dumb enough, obviously. But when you start messing with like UFC fighters or boxers, people that could unalive you in a matter of seconds.
And you have saw them beat people up.
Right. So are we supposed to act like all this money and status is supposed to mean that we have to just sit there and take whatever you have to give us? No, it don't work that way.
No.
I mean, so
and it shouldn't, it shouldn't.
Exactly. So, and as a league, because that's when it becomes difficult, because a boxer and a UFC fighter, they're not in the same quote unquote position that an NBA player or an MLB or an NFL player is, because of all the reasons that T. Hill said a minute ago. So but as a league, you have to address this, particularly basketball, where the fans, we were talking about this a minute ago, Cass, like the fans are right there, bro. They're right there. Like, you dive for a loose ball under a basket and you're crashing through like 10 fans. Like, so something needs to be done, because, bro, I mean, somebody, I'm not going to even say it, bro, but yeah.
Like the fan that touched DK, they should be banned from the stadium for life, because that's out of bounds, I mean, you can say you're a bomb and you are no good, but don't.
Yeah, you suck, you this, you that. That's one
part of the territory. But don't insert. But certain words or touch, physical contact, that's out of bounds. You should be banned for life for doing that.
And the organization should have protected that player.
Yeah.
And they should stood up against the NFL about that. Like, yo, when do we draw the line with this type of behavior? Because they can start using this to strategically take out our players by calculating whether or not this person will have an impact on our success, and they can go after him and do something like that. And the next thing you know, you're putting him on suspension.
Yep.
Right, go after, somebody make a phone call to, I don't know, 10, 15 dudes that are willing to do that. Okay, tonight mess with Megatron. Tonight mess with Julio Jones. Tonight mess with, I don't know, you name it, bro.
Jerry Rice. You know what I'm saying? We could target it because now this is this is happening. And I mean, that's why I didn't have a great problem with the Malice at the Palace. It's like, yo, these people doing wild stuff. And if you let them get away with it, the stuff gets mild. So now it ain't a cup. Now they hurling a phone, and now they ain't a phone. Now it's some big ass thing. You don't know what these people will do. And you know,
happening more often.
And you know, we in a day and age where people record everything and try to go famous. So why not go on all famous or some stupid stuff? They got like pranks.
Like me and Arnie was talking about when you was out here, we're in a day and age where the fans have got worse, you know, with the internet and all that kind of nonsense.
They can get to you more directly than ever before.
Yes.
Without showing their face, without being within hitting range, even. So.
But also to add to that, because that point is very valid irony, but also because now they got their phones and they're recorded and I go viral. Nick will know who I am now. Off of this one moment, off of you, and in the process, this player is being disrespected. Sometimes even, you know, disemboweled with objects and things like that. And then the scrutiny that comes after, and most of these guys, unfortunately, who are getting targeted, or people who will pile on.
That's a very good point there, T Hill, because wherever you go, wherever you play it, now that's following you all over the league, you know.
And people know where you're playing next. People can track how you travel, where you go. Like some WWE wrestlers have had to hire private security because of this. So it's that bad, bro. Like we don't necessarily hear about this, but yeah, some of them have because you have all this access, and some people, whoever wants to do you harm, has never had it this easy before. You know,
they sure haven't. Very simple.
Yeah, not at all. You're right about that. That's absolute.
Very simple.
And unfortunately, it has become part of the sport.
Yeah. And like the people saw DK get suspended, got him out of there for, like you said, T, who knows who's going to do it to get the next player out of the next game?
The next player.
It worked. It might have been before that, and it worked because he got suspended. Right?
That's the same problem that I have when we get an irrelevant player undercutting a superstar and taking him out for an entire series, or taking him out for 20 games.
Yeah.
Sasa Pachulia won that championship for the Golden State Warriors that year. Otherwise, they would have lost to the Spurs. Everybody knows.
Yeah, they would have. Yeah, they would have.
Yeah, the Spurs had him.
Everybody knows this. And not only that, Bruce Bowen injured Allen Iverson and Vince Carter and damn near injured Kobe Bryant with the same goddamn move, bro. Once the guy jumps, but Kobe, when he jumped, and T Hill gave me another great explanation for this. But what I saw with Kobe is that when he jumped, he split his legs, so he missed the landing spot. Otherwise, he would have fucked his ankle up. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But bro, it's like the analysts are like, bro, this is inadvertent. No, it's not, bro. I only gotta get you one time. I only gotta get you one time, bro.
And I just gotta be sly in my approach, so it looks like it's inadvertent, but it's really
on purpose.
You can't tell me that that's not on purpose because you do this for a living. You know what you're doing.
And you know exactly what to do.
Come on, bro, for God's sakes.
Yeah,
that's
you
the
right about
most.
that.
What you think of the sport of basketball, man? Because you know, I don't pretty much like the product that it is today.
No, I hate it.
I don't think that competition is a huge driving force for it. And I think now everything's about what can I do to put on a team to get notice of myself.
That's it.
And I thought that the women's All-Star game chronicled this very fact. Yeah. Everything they did was like for the gram or for YouTube or it wasn't for the love of the sport and the competition of it. Nah. I think competition died the day Kobe retired. I really feel that way.
I agree.
And it's watched down because they get all these expansion
because he's the
teams.
guy that kept everybody else honest, right? If you think about it, in the All-Star game and then throughout the league, he really kept literally everybody else honest because he brought that old school mentality to the game.
Yeah,
he's the last of the Mohicans, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
Kaz,
it's
what,
that crowd. Yeah.
Kaz, what did you say? You said it was what?
I said it's watered down because you get all these expansion teams and you got more players, and half of them wouldn't even been in the league back in the
How,
80s and 90s.
how did we get to this point, in your opinion?
Money, greed,
I mean, it's
it
a
messes
bunch of
everything
things,
up.
right? It's a bunch of things because
Mhm.
they go, sports go as society goes, basically, right?
That's right.
Mm,
Society has become
Yes,
more
sir.
entitled because, let's be honest, bro. The West has, been too comfortable. People in society, in the Western societies, have been too comfortable for too long, so they don't see value in things that they saw value in,
Before.
a couple of
Yeah.
decades ago.
That's
3-4
true.
decades ago. So it's just a natural. Unfortunately, it's a natural progression. It's that cycle. Strong men create good times create weak men create bad times create strong men, and we just keep repeating the recycle over and over and over again. So I just see it the way society goes. The way society goes, sports is a natural. How do you say, like a follower of that, they follow along
One
naturally.
of the cycles.
And it's the same for everybody else, bro. Why do boxers 100 years ago fought 100+ fights, and why today you can barely get 40 out of a dude? I
Money.
mean,
They're making
yeah,
more money.
like why bother? Why bother? Like
Yeah.
legacy and being remembered,
Well,
all those things are put in a second place because you're
Yeah.
too comfortable, you
Yeah.
know. So I mean, sadly, it is what it is. I just think basketball and especially soccer are the worst examples of that nowadays.
What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think, T Hill? The problem is.
I think, like you said, first and foremost, money. I think the way that it is being covered and the way people are being covered today, I think the way that we try to, I guess, how can I say this, man? Go before the process. Like before, you had to work for it. Now,
Yeah.
all you gotta do is popular, and you get it. And then on top of that,
That is a great point.
I believe that trying to put somebody to be something that they're not, and I hate to say this because I rock with the person as a player, but this is the era of who is the player that we attributed the league to right now?
Football?
No, basketball.
Oh, LeBron?
But in all of sports, it could be transit. LeBron. I think if you look at LeBron, and we'll just juxtapose him to the people that they say is nowhere close to LeBron, Kobe Bryant. When LeBron got hurt, how did he get off the court?
Who the hell says Kobe's nowhere near to LeBron?
There are a lot. Irony, you be surprised. Matter of fact, on the replay, there may be people who will comment on this and say Kobe is nowhere near LeBron. But let's just, for the sake of this discussion, he is nowhere near. But just when Kobe got hurt, how did he get off the court?
Walking.
When LeBron twists an ankle or do anything like that, how does he get off the court?
They come carry him off.
They come carry him off. He is the icon of this era. Look at the people getting off the court now when they're getting injured. Look at when they get hurt, how long they're off. In the time that Kobe played, the transition, because he was the transition between the old and the new.
Yeah, that's what Arnie was saying.
He carried himself as the old, ushering into the new, and the new didn't bear the fruits of his labor. The example that he left. This Mickey Fricky would never go align himself up with no other great player.
Hell no.
They would have to come to him. He would not go to them. He would, if he got hurt, go off the court on his own volition. You're not carrying me, dog. I am not weak.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what I'm going through, I got to show you, Mickey Frickies, that it's not got the best of me. Now, when I get to the back, I'm going to cry and I'm going to do all this stuff and I'm going to go through this pity party. But then I'm going to say, not today. I'm going to find a way through this. Whereas we don't have that mentality, that mindset
nowadays.
Right, like it used to be, and that's part and parcel also because of the whole technology revolution, rather, can we call it that? Because nowadays Used to be, bro, you had to put in a certain amount of hours to become somebody at anything, right?
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
A high school teacher, a lawyer, a basketball, whatever.
Anything.
You had to put the work in.
Exactly. Nowadays, you don't really, bro, with a cell phone and saying a bunch of jokes and stuff like that, all of a sudden you have 100,000 followers and you're
everybody want to take shortcuts. Exactly.
Without really doing anything, you know.
Nothing.
I mean, you're doing something, but you know what I'm saying? Like without putting in, without
the work.
Acquiring skills, rather, I should say, acquiring any type of skill to get it. You know, so that's the message, bro. Everything is guaranteed now. Also, like everything is like this is a huge problem in the WWE and in basketball because
boxing is a good example of that too, Arnie.
Yeah,
sport in general is a good example of it now.
Each fight, all of a sudden, you're fighting for a title. You know, you don't have prospects
or you lose
nowadays.
Or you lose. Facts. Or you lose and you get another title shot.
The next fight.
The next fight, Kaz, is unheard of, dog. You couldn't do this stuff back in the day.
No.
To use a wrestling analogy, back in the day, making that WrestleMania main event was everybody in that
everything.
Exactly. Everything. Nowadays, you're getting paid the same whether you're the main event, the first, second match, whatever, you know? So
man, bump that irony. Now they'll put a special fan in the WrestleMania event.
Bro, for God's sakes. Yeah, don't get me started.
That's why it's watered down. Like I'm saying, it's watered down because you don't have to work, nothing to shoot for. You're getting it right away now. You don't have to do the extra work.
And honestly, why bother? If you're getting the same money anyway,
why bother?
You see,
and I believe it's watered down because what do you try to water stuff off? You try to get the grit, the dirt, the grind, the things that made you solely essentially and your essence tied to the sport has been removed. Now it's a show and pony dance.
That's all.
It's a beauty contest. You got Mickey Fricky's acting to try to sell a foul or a technical or some bullish. You didn't do that.
You got people doing lives on what somebody went to the damn ring, man.
The flopping is soccer-like. It's soccer-like, the flopping. It's ridiculous.
But ain't that ridiculous? You got people doing lives on people's ring walks. Come on,
man, Kaz, man. You feel me?
I saw one.
You feel
the
me?
Ring walk was amazing. Like, what?
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
Or the attire, the ring attire. Did you see the way he coordinated the... I want to see the way he coordinates some punches, some defense, some. Yo.
But they get Arnie, but like to Arnie's point, they're getting views off of it and stuff.
And they're getting views. That's why I said that is what, and that's why I believe technology is ultimately the sign. Because look, wickedness is coming from technology. Even within in the face of sports, it is devaluing the essence of the sport and the sport of competition. See, to me, competition is like faith. You have to put in something to show, and you got to make a certain walk towards it to show that you really truly have love for this. And I think that that's the thing. And look, they give you shortcuts. How many steps can you take in a game? I've seen a game where LeBron James, and I hate to use him because he's still a great player, but he moved his feet about 7 times before he took a shot without a dribble.
Let him do it.
You can do that stuff now. They got stuff where they saying, "Oh, that's just a continuation of a move." I keep forgetting that's a travel.
And he's the marquee player, so they don't want to call it on him.
The focus has shifted between being the best to being the most popular. And to be honest with you, the problem here, and there's another elephant in the room that I want to address in regards to basketball specifically in a second. But it is easier. Let's be honest here. It's easier to be the most popular than it is to be the best.
Yeah,
it's easier. So
it's easier.
I mean,
much easier.
That's the thing. And what I wanted to say about basketball, bro, it's also shifted. One thing that I have a million reasons why I don't watch the NBA anymore, but this is a big one. It's no longer really the street sport that it once was.
Right.
You know, It's now more structured to you go through this basketball camps and you do this and you
All
do
that.
that and you get to this level because you need to
They even got a
associate.
minor leagues now.
Right, you need to associate with this type of people right here that got the right connections, that know the
Right.
game as it is played in the NBA.
Nothing to do with
Okay,
talent.
exactly,
Mhm.
because you don't become a basketball player, you become an NBA type of basketball player,
Right.
which is not exactly the
And
same.
Almost
let me
like
ask
being
you.
an
Right?
Let me
almost like an
let me
actor.
ask. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Kaz. My bad. I
No,
didn't
I'm
mean to
just
cut
saying,
you.
almost like an actor. I was piggybacking on what Arnie was saying. Yeah,
No, you're
almost like
absolutely
you're
right.
acting like an NBA player.
So,
You know?
in keeping with those two things, you saying almost like an actor and him saying what he said, I'm gonna ask you this, Irony, because I think you play video games.
Yeah.
The 2K, has it been getting better or worse?
I stopped playing 2K in the 20, I don't know, like 19, 20, something like that, but it was getting
Wow.
better. When I was playing, it was getting better. I don't know.
What
I
did you
don't know
stop?
right now.
It
What did
got
you
really
Oh, no,
good,
I
and
don't
then
know.
it started getting bad. You want to know what happened? In the storyline, it started having you take your phone and start posting pics and doing these things. Like
Yeah.
even in
Shit,
the
really?
game, it is bringing social media to the forefront.
I didn't know
So it's
that.
no longer the court that's the forefront. It's what you do outside the court. Bring eyes to you. Do this. Get visibility. Mickey Fricky, get your butt on the court. Grind. And then get out there before the lights and put on showtime. That's where you used to get your grit. Now you get it off of name recognition, clicks, views, subscriptions, comments, likes, and all the such.
Yeah. Like the court is
That's
a little
what I
small.
believe.
That's why people have attention and focus issues, and not even at an old age. I'm talking about like student age, because this technology, as you were saying, T Hill, it's
It's being used the wrong way, bro. It's being used the wrong way.
It's designed to shorten your attention span, so you can focus for long periods of time,
That's what's
or dare
happening.
I say, think critically for a long
That's
time.
what's happening.
No, I'm gonna be the asshole that says it.
Dumbing down
That is,
society.
know.
Dumbing down society. That's what
Dumbing down
There you go.
society.
There you go.
Remember that one time we was on Jay, shout out my man Jay Hardcore. In fact, hang out what is it called again? Hang out something where former wear. Hang out former wear. You guys go on and check that out. Hangoutformerwear.com, man. Get you some PJs. But we were talking, remember he was talking about the shorts are the way to get people's attention because it's short.
That's where you
and
get
it's quick.
from shorts.
Yeah. Why is that the case? Because of what you guys just talked about. Making the attention span shorter and dumbing down the work, so that they say that if you want to grow your business, you got to dumb it down to a third grade level and push the content. That in itself goes against growth. So to me, this is why the sports are the way they are, and that's why it is not what we saw growing up, Kaz.
No.
It's no longer organic. It's
Like
been farmed.
The competitive part of it, like actually on the courts and the fields, is the least important part now.
Like
it's
the
outside
players are no longer made in Rutgers Park or any famous court on the street. You might find one here and there, obviously, but for the most part, now you have a clear pathway to get to the NBA. You got to put a bunch of money into a bunch of training camps. You got to make sure your kid has growth hormones or whatever they call that thing.
Know the right people. Don't forget that part of it.
Yeah, Anthony
know
Davis.
the right people.
Anthony Davis was like 6'5" when he was like 16 or something like that, and all of a sudden he was a center. So you gotta, it's a, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. All I know is it's taking the soul away from the sport, in my opinion, because they're not really basketball players. They are players that have trained themselves to succeed in this particular system, which is called the NBA. So you're training a particular type of basketball. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, bro. By all means, if you can make that money, obviously. But it's not the same, bro. You don't get any Rafer Alstons anymore. You don't get any Sean Kemps anymore. You don't get any, I don't know, man.
And we got people who don't know no better, these new ninjas, saying that these people are far superior than what we saw of old. And I ask you, Cass, because you've seen a lot more than I have. Is it far superior, or are we getting a facade, bro? And that's what I think had changed it. And I think the starting point for it in basketball was the birth of LeBron James. Now, he is a great player.
Yep.
Top 5, no doubt. Where you place him, I don't care.
I agree.
But I believe he was manufactured to be.
Because look how they kept going back showing his high school years and all that before he even got to the NBA. Remember? He was, like Arnie was saying, he was not just with the talent, but made to be a basketball, made to be great before he even became good.
And I would say that the way that they treated Kobe corroborated. I thought that when Kobe joined the Lakers, he was the second best player on the team. The day he joined the Lakers, he was the second best player on the team. He didn't get a chance to play at all. Now, granted, there was Eddie Jones, there was Nick Van Exel, there was Anthony Plater, there was.
Some of them take a couple of years, like Dirk did. Dirk, Kobe, who else? A couple of them, have 1 year that they might put 10 points on the board. The next year is 15, and then off to the moon, right?
What is going off your talent, though, Arnie?
Right. And now KG's another one. KG's another one. Now he came straight out of high school, just like Kobe did. But some of them take 1, maybe 2 years, and then they just,
Well, let me say this, Arnie. All those players you just named nowadays will be thrust right into the limelight immediately.
Yeah.
The way they do
I'm saying that I was personally aware that Kobe was giving everybody above him fits day in and day out in practices. And because he was getting no time, he would challenge them to one-on-one games too, and was busting their ass. We talking about a 17-year-old, freshly turned 17-year-old boy, busting these dudes' ass, and he couldn't get not 1 ounce of playing time because of Dale Mickey Fricky Curry.
You're gonna start seeing more of that now.
Eddie Jones might have something to do with that too.
He was busting Eddie Jones on a regular basis, though. And I said, there was AP, there was Doug Christie, there was Eddie Jones, there was what's the name? You had veteran leadership, but he still was better than every one of those players, though.
For sure.
He got no run. He had to earn it. He had to really.
Remember him, T.O.? Little left-handed guy, Nick, started with an E.
Nick Van Exel. He was on the court too. Yeah, he was remember they had him, Eddie Jones, Kobe Bryant, and Shaq make the All-Star team that 1 year.
Right. I thought so, yeah. They had a good squad back then.
They had Elden Campbell. They had a hell of a squad.
Oh, I forgot about Elden Campbell. Yeah, that was nice.
The way they doing it now, what I'm surprised don't happen more often is players coming straight out of high school because of the way it's manufactured and everything now.
Yeah. And I'm gonna say something in favor, and I can't even believe that I'm gonna say something in favor of Charles Barkley, but I will. He said that he doesn't like that, and the reason why, he said, listen, it didn't hurt Michael Jordan to take a couple of years in college and get an education. It didn't hurt Magic or Bird or Tim Duncan or whatever, whoever you want to mention. There's a bunch of them, obviously. That's something that I don't like personally. But I cannot argue with the money that's being offered on the table.
And all the camps and stuff they got now, you really don't need college,
Hey, Cash, you know what? That would be a great show, too. You should do the drafting of high school players versus the drafting of those who had significant time to learn through college and see which is bore the most fruit as far as longevity. Yeah. That would be a hell of a subject, man, because I never really thought about that. But you know how many people that came straight out of high school never got past veteran minimum contracts?
Yep. Yeah. And you don't hear about them.
And you never hear about them. And maybe had they gone to a certain place and gotten some tutelage there, they may have done better for them careers
Just
in
to
the
get the
league.
attention, you know.
Jeremy Tyler is a good example, and
Doug Smith, remember he got drafted by the freaking Mavericks?
Yeah, I remember Doug.
He was number 1.
Mm-hmm. Didn't amount to nothing.
but the flip side to that, this is a hell of a debate, and we can have this anytime. But because obviously the flip side to that is, you know, a bunch of college dudes has gotten the same, you know, short end of the stick.
That's true.
You know,
That's
so,
true too. Work both ways, yeah, for sure.
No, it definitely has. It definitely has. But just, you know, there are some people who like were highly touted coming out of high school that didn't go to college, and they got a big check coming into there because, you know, in the NBA you get money up front as opposed to earning it.
When you get depending on their draft positioning, you know.
Yeah, but then after that they fizzled out, and hopefully they invested their money wisely, because if they didn't,
that was it.
They had nothing to fall back on. Nothing.
Kwame Brown is the example of that.
Oh yeah, he got a good YouTube thing going on though. Kwame,
He's a smart dude. People thought because of the way he looked and the way he sounded that he was stupid. He's a very smart dude.
Yes, yeah, I'm listening to him all the time. Mm-hmm.
I should follow him.
He make a lot of good points over there when things come up and everything. Yeah,
so it's not just about like basketball.
No, he's a sports. He's like Kaz. Kaz talks sports. He talks all types of sports, and he really talks about how men act and behave in sports. That's what I like about him, because, like,
hey, let me ask you this, Arnie. Do you like Stephen A. Smith?
Yeah.
Okay. Kwame be on him kind of hard sometimes.
Yeah, you would love his
I love him, and I love him, even though sometimes I don't like him.
But you making good points about him, though. I think you would enjoy it. Yeah. Yeah.
Say that again?
He makes some good points about Stephen A. I think you would enjoy it.
No, he would enjoy it, because I think what Irony loves about Stephen A. is he's entertaining.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, it was sports, and then it was sports entertainment. I think sports are now going to the venture of being sports entertainment. As soon as you do that, you bring an industry that has bringing wickedness to them. Because anything that is box office, to me, has an aura of wickedness behind it.
That's right.
And I believe that they're bringing the wickedness to sports, man. And I believe they're bringing it to everything. And that's why they make these phones so important. They want you glued to these phones so they can dictate what you see. Yeah, man. And I think it has crossed the border into the sports. And I think it was the beginning. I think the very first, if you think about it, who was the most high profile sports athlete as a youth?
I mean, only one person. God damn, bro. Like, it's gotta be MJ, right? It's gotta be MJ, because I'm thinking Muhammad Ali, I'm thinking Maradona, and
it's LeBron. LeBron as a youth, as a kid.
I thought you were asking me growing up. I'm sorry.
No. I'm just talking about in general. You don't remember, what did they tell you about Cassius Clay as a kid? Now, as a professional, yeah. What did they tell you about Michael Jordan as a kid? The only thing you know about him was he got cut.
They were showing all LeBron stuff.
Everything about LeBron you knew about. He was King LeBron, the second coming. What was it? The heir apparent. All of this. This nigga was a sophomore in high school. They were saying this.
They was gonna make him a superstar.
But he was talented, though. So when I say this, I just want to make sure for your audience too, in saying this, LeBron is everything that he was advertised, but he was advertised, though.
And if he had not been as great as he was, they was going to make him that. That's kind of going to what Arnie was saying earlier. They was going to make sure of it.
And it worked. And now everybody has a blueprint to follow.
He did live up to it, though.
He did live up to it. I can't hate on him there. But that's what I think, that's what took sports into this entertainment sector, and it left people feeling like all I got to do is, like I already said, be popular. I ain't really got to put in no work. I just got to be good enough and be popular.
Let me ask y'all this. Now, we didn't have these phones, but anything nowadays you want to know about something or you get into a debate, what's the first thing you grab? Your phone, right?
Yeah.
Google. And that's designed. That's not a good thing, I don't think. Because if you're looking at something, they could be telling you what they want you to believe. They don't have to necessarily have to be right what's on Google all the time.
I mean, I
I
think
do it too. I do it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was finished. I was just saying that I do it too. Grab that phone.
Yeah, I mean, that part is interesting to me, right? Because there is, like T. Hill said a minute ago, like it could be used for good too. Like me personally, I try to find because what it is a tool, right? Social media, technology, whatever you want to call it, it's a tool that can be used for good or bad things, right? So there's quite a lot of good in it, bro. You can check out a lot of good stuff on
Arnie,
YouTube and
you talking about how you do. Think about how many people
No, I understand.
get negative stuff out of it. You know what I mean?
Like I can
the masses is going to use it in a different way, and that's what it is. It's a tool that can be used for good and bad, but most of the times we in this economy, this system, this society, we don't do things for the greater good.
A lot of people do use it for some. A lot of people do use it for good too, though. You know.
Yeah, like to play devil's advocate, bro. If I wanted to use it for bad things, oh my goodness, it's too easy. Too easy.
And you can capitalize off of it more so than you can off of the good, man, because so many things work to the way of wicked. I hate to say it. And I don't want this to be misconstrued, man. I'm not saying that LeBron is not great because of his skill and the work that he put into. What I'm saying is it showed a blueprint that we can get people focused in on something other than the sport. And we could sell that.
You know, another thing that needs to be mentioned, T. Hill. I'm sorry. You know why also it needs to be mentioned? It needs to be mentioned because Larry Bird didn't have this technology to work with. Magic Johnson didn't have this technology to work with. Neither did MJ. Okay? That's why, you guys don't know this about me, but when I was like between 8 and 14, I trained in chess, right? So I know a lot about chess. And I tell people all the time, Bobby Fischer is the greatest chess player of all time because he never had technology and he was beating grandmasters when he was literally a kid. Without technology, bro, we're talking a lamp and books. You know what I'm saying? Like he did that with those resources. Imagine if he had like a chess.com app or something like that. Like, you see what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying, Arnie. Like the only Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, Magic reached that level without this stuff.
Come on.
Think about how many people on their level now shouldn't be on their level because of these tools, social media stuff.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Kaz, to even correlate it to a time that they can represent or recognize, because they all know Iverson. Imagine Iverson.
Yeah.
In this day and age. This dude excelled at basketball, football, and baseball. He was the best prospect in football. He was the best prospect in basketball. The only reason why we know about him over the social media because of that dang bowling alley incident that he didn't even have nothing to do about, but because he was the most known person.
Yeah, I think he got
they railroaded him. Yeah, they railroaded him.
That and the practice stuff too. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but that was when he became a pro. I'm talking about as a kid. When he was a kid, man, out of high school, he was bad. Now, when I'm talking about bad, this dude is a legend. So much so, he was one of the people that they brought up there to that commencement for Keyshawn that he messed up. He was one of the folks.
I like Iverson went to Georgetown though because John Thompson kind of shielded him.
And the only reason why is because John Thompson is a solid character dude, man. Nobody wanted to take a chance on this kid.
That's what I'm saying.
I think Allen Iverson is the Rey Mysterio of basketball. And let me explain what I mean by that. What I mean by that is we're probably never going to see anything like it.
Again.
We're never going to see a dude that size get to the places that he got to.
Dominate.
Like
dominate a big man's game.
We're probably never going to see that again, guys. Never.
Imagine if he was like 6'7" or something. Allen Iverson with his same talents.
No. I tell, bro.
It wouldn't even be fair.
Yes, I say this all the time. If Iverson was 6'7", he will be the GOAT.
He'd be Mike.
I mean,
with his talent.
nobody can hang with him. Nobody.
Yeah.
Imagine if he could jump over people. Oh my God, nah, it's over.
I had to literally tell my uncle this, bro. He said he was overrated. I said, man, he's no bigger than you are. And he's dominating the league full of giants.
Yeah.
How is he overrated? Y'all say he can't shoot. How is he dominating?
He's a unicorn. Allen Iverson is a unicorn, bro. Like, oh my God, bro. And being with like 3 or 4 injuries at the same time. Like he was constantly banged up, bro. Constantly, because he, they were beating the hell out of him. You could still do that back then.
Yeah.
In a day and age where you played through pain, bro. You did.
Yeah.
They used to call it good fouls. They call them what they call that foul now, the severe one.
Flagrant.
Yeah, they call it flagrant now. Back then, it was called a good foul.
It was a good hard foul.
Right.
A good hard foul.
Bro. What is a red card today? Yesterday wouldn't even be a yellow card. And the same for the
that was
NBA.
a good foul there.
Be a foul, bro. Literally.
And these YNs, bro, they got the stuff all mixed up, man. It's like we sue. I'm like, bro, I seen it. I had to endure it.
Mm-hmm.
I had to endure it. I had to go through it. I knew what it was like, dog. It was much more harsh, much more tough. You could say what you want about these things, the injuries. Look at you guys getting injured now because of how sissified you guys have become.
Yeah, thank you.
Man, a guy missed the whole season nowadays. A guy might have missed 1 or 2 games back in the day. He missed the rest of the year nowadays. They might have took him back to the locker room and put some tape on or something. He'd be right back out there the next 5 minutes playing again.
Man, I've seen everybody, and I'm not going to knock them because I understand how severe the injury is. I've seen several people get their Achilles absolutely shredded.
Serious one there.
I seen one person walk off the court. The rest of them carried. All the ones that got carried much younger than the older person.
Yes. Kobe, the one they carried.
Yeah.
That's all mentality, bro. That's all that is mentality. I'm not about to get carried off this court. When he got to where people couldn't see him, they picked his ass up and they carried him because that Mickey Fricky couldn't go. Yes. But while you're looking at me, you're not going to see me get carried off the court ever.
That's what made
Nobody ever carried his career. Nobody carried him off the court when he was injured. They say what they say because they want to erase how great this dude truly was.
And at the end of the day, bro, and that's all a fact, what you said, T. Hill, by the way. At the end of the day, bro, I don't find the comparison between MJ and LeBron or between Kobe and LeBron to even be valid because they don't even play the same position to begin with. And they're not even the same type of player. Like a more reasonable comparison for LeBron to me would be either Magic or Scottie, in my opinion.
That's a good point. Yeah,
they are much more similar to the style of play of LeBron than Kobe or MJ are.
And LeBron handled the ball a lot more than MJ did. Yeah,
he's
Scottie
more of a
and Magic.
type of guy. He's not a natural born killer. He's just not. We've got different types of players. So why would you? It's like comparing Hakeem Olajuwon to John Stockton, basically. I mean, what are we doing here? You see what I'm saying? Like,
so,
okay, compare.
No, I see what you're saying.
See, compare MJ and Kobe.
Yeah, I see
that. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But
I see what you're saying. This is where I'm gonna give you just a little bit of what they would give you as far as pushback. With the fact of comparing them, they were the men amongst the men and their prospective eras. And LeBron, no matter what we say about him, is the man in this era. He is the man. He's the one who people followed after this was gone, as was Kobe before him with Jordan. I think that because of that, they compare it. I don't think as players they are comparable, but I will say this. If we're talking career, and I'm going to stand on this, if we're talking a career in that sport of basketball at the NBA level, no player has had a greater career to me than LeBron James.
Tim Duncan, maybe, or Kareem, maybe. Kareem played like 22 years. Or
I would say Kareem would be second, and I would say third would be Bill Russell.
Oh, wow.
Bill Russell.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about affecting the game, winning in the game, and handling the aspects of it, because you gotta people place a lot on championships, but what about stats? People place a lot on stats, but what about championships? And people place a lot on both of them, but what about competition?
Right.
I saw a man dominate the league in Wilt Chamberlain, but when he got against Bill Russell, those careers, those league statistics dropped significantly.
Yeah, you can forget about those 100 points and everything like that.
Yeah, he's not getting 100 points on Bill Russell at all.
Not even in 4 games. Not even in 4 games.
Kaz, did you see any of those games?
No, I haven't.
Kaz, did you?
Oh, what game was that? I had to go pay my water bill.
I'm sorry. Any other games between Russell and Wilt Chamberlain? Because what I was saying was Wilt Chamberlain dominated the league, but when he got against him, the things he did against the league, he did not do against
Bill Russell. Was
Bill Russell.
Defensive for him. He couldn't.
Bill Russell was like 5 inches shorter than him.
Yeah, he couldn't do too much against. But he got his points and stuff, but he wasn't dominating Bill like he did other people.
Not like he did the league, though, right?
Right.
You saw some of those games?
On tape. I've never seen none actually.
Oh, okay.
If we're going to have that debate, it can be had for the reason that you just laid out. Like, they were clearly the guy in both their eras. That's without a shadow of a doubt. However, if we're going to have that debate, it cannot be so simple. Who's better, who's greater, this and that. We need to separate things, because it's one thing to say this guy can do, for example, LeBron can do a little more things than Michael can do. Okay, who do you want the ball when you got 2 seconds left? I think we all know the answer to that. We need to go part by part, because we're not comparing players. We're not comparing MJ and Kobe here, which is much more simple. One got one more championship than the other. Kobe can shoot much better from the perimeter. We can end that right there. Everything else is they're pretty much neck and neck, so we can have it that way. But when we're talking about players from different positions, now it's a little more to it than just saying who's better. Because you can't really say who's better if they don't play the same positions. You can say who's better shooter, who's a better leader, who do you prefer to have, and why? Who's more versatile? Who's more of a killer? Go ahead, Cass.
And the question
that's just me.
And if the question was who would I rather have the ball with 2 seconds left on the clock and it couldn't be Michael Jordan, it still wouldn't be LeBron. I would rather have Larry Bird take the last shot.
No, the question. I was just posing that question as an example.
I know.
We need to go.
But I'm just saying, I would pick Larry Bird before LeBron to take.
I would pick 22. So I would pick Reggie Miller. I would pick. You name it. You name it.
Oh, for the last shot?
Yeah.
Maybe so. But to have on the court, man, I'm telling you, bro. I have utmost respect for those who play the game, because I know that at any given point in time, if I was on the court, I would be a non-factor. I would be a Mickey freaky non-factor, to be exact. And a lot of people who talk bad about these people, they would be non-factors in the field, on the ice, on the court, in the ring, wherever they are, they would be a non-factor up in there. And it's crazy to me that they talk crazy about folks. Now, that being said, when I say career, though, I'm talking about the totality of a career, because in career of basketball, you got to get points, you got to get steals, you got to get rebounds, you got to get assists, you got to get blocks, you got to get assists, you got to get awards, you got to get championships, you got to get all-star selections. These things in its totality, you look at LeBron's career, my God, he ticks box after box after box after box. And I don't like the way sometimes he got there, but he got there. And when I say career, I mean just in that scope. Player, nah, I don't have him as the best. I have him as one of the best, but not the best. But career, he is the best career to me that I have seen in the league. And if we're doing it by sport, I think he has the greatest career of any
TL.
professional
This is-
organized
You got to
sport.
take something into consideration, though. How many years did Mike play?
I know you're right about that. You're right. You're absolutely right about that.
Mike's stats are way better.
Yeah, if Mike would have played longer, I believe if Kobe wouldn't have been held back when he was there, and if he didn't get hurt. Okay, so speaking to Kobe before he got hurt was on a pace in 3 years to break the record by Kareem. What he was scoring on a season basis, it would have only taken 3 years. I did this too because I got a lot of people who hate on Kobe for no goddamn reason at all. Because everybody who played against him loves the dude, loves what he was, and appreciates what he is. But people who never played or who commentate about them playing, they all got something to say that don't line up. But Kobe, to take one more shot than Michael Jordan, because Kobe's a ball hog. He's a notorious ball hog. To take one more shot than Michael Jordan, had to play 1,009 more games and 3.5 more years. And he's a ball hog.
This is part and parcel with the Maradona and Messi debate. I always tell people the same thing. You got to take into consideration, yes, LeBron checks box after box after box, but here's the problem. They, and by they I mean MJ and Maradona, they were doing their thing, bro, when people had literally a green card to just try to hurt you, basically. You know? That to me matters more. Like Maradona played at a time, bro. If you see the tackles that people made on him, you couldn't believe it, bro. You think it was AI or something.
Who?
Maradona. I'm talking about soccer. Maradona, the soccer player. Like whenever I'm doing the comparison between the MJ and LeBron discussion to the Maradona and Messi discussion because they love to talk about all these records that Messi's broken. Yeah, but nobody can touch you either. You see what I'm saying? Like yeah, you're the best, obviously, but nobody could touch you. This guy was doing it when defenders were damn near getting an axe and going right to your legs, bro. Like
you know what the problem is? Some of these fans need to go back and look at the games. They've never seen the game in those eras.
Exactly.
They judging by what's going on now and think those
They
players
just look
back
at the
then played
stats,
the
bro.
same
They
type
see
of
the
era.
numbers, their stats, and they say, well, this guy got more, so this is the best. As if
And they think all eras was like that, though. They don't know how it was back then. That's the problem.
Bro, you're driving to the basket and you're looking at Charles Oakley or Dennis Rodman or Bill Embiid. Are you kidding me? Like, nah, bro.
Yeah, and they're gonna. If you go in there, you're gonna get hit.
Oh my goodness.
You're gonna get one of them good fouls. You're gonna get one of them good fouls. They call
I never in my life seen a foul like the Dennis Rodman foul on Scottie Pippen, or the one on MJ as well. Like I've never in my life seen a foul like that one.
And they say when Chicago went to get Dennis, Scotty was against it at first. Mike had to talk him into it. Scotty was, I don't want him on. I don't like him. I ain't playing with him. So Mike and Phil Jackson had to talk him into it. That was in that. What was that thing they did on them? The documentary.
It was Michael Jordan's. What was the name of that?
Oh man,
what was the name? I didn't like that documentary, man. They painted. Bro, they made it look like Jordan was the only thing that mattered to the championship, bro. And I didn't like that, man. But see, that's the thing. I will never discount what Michael Jordan meant to the league or to that team, but I will never discount the people that was around him.
Oh, he had an excellent.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact.
I will never, bro. I'm not about to do that because I know that team was constructed beautifully for them to win.
Yeah. And not only that, people keep forgetting, and I bring this up all the time because, Cass, I don't think you know this about me because I'm not really a big fan of either MJ or LeBron. I'm a Kobe guy. T. Hill knows this, but I wanted you to know this. Just full disclosure, you know? So I can make the case for and against both LeBron and MJ pretty easily.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter, bro, is that, that John Paxson and Steve Kerr won him 2 rings, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact. John Paxson did it against Phoenix, and Steve Kerr did it in one of the Utah ones.
Yeah, I remember that. Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I was mentioning
that
them.
right there shows it to you. Even him needed help every now and then. You know.
Yeah,
Even
nobody's gonna win a series by themselves. You know, not six, especially six.
Last dance,
Something.
last dance, the last dance.
Yeah, we gotta get ready to go, fellas. Make
Hey,
y'all last.
but that documentary that you were talking about was called The Last Dance.
Yeah, the last
Yeah.
dance. Yeah, I learned a lot of good information. They did overplay Mike a lot, but it was some other good stuff in there too.
Yeah, it was Mike's
Off the
flex
court,
on the
off
whole
the court.
league.
I like the off the court part of it. You know, when they was talking about what happened and the little personal.
Nah,
things
but
they
but
get to, you know.
but Cass, you got to take into consideration that Jordan is the ultimate competitor, right?
Yeah,
Your boy LeBron was going around trying to devalue him as GOAT and try to push himself up as GOAT. So
I know.
this was his flex to the whole damn basketball arena. Like,
was
dog, remember who I am. And that's why a lot of people didn't like it, because they and I mean that's what ultimately tore the rift between Jordan and Pippen, because he saw that, oh, you try to pretty much play me as just a sidekick. Nigga, I wasn't your sidekick. I
but
was
also
pushed
it
to the
seemed
top.
like all through the thing, seemed like Pippen
won 55 games without
looked
him.
like he was
People
putting
keep
on
forgetting
airs
that.
though, because like he was faking his way through those seasons, because it looked like he really never liked Mike all along to me. Like
That
all the
may be
stuff they
true.
went
I
through.
can believe that. I don't think they got along ever. I
Damn,
just
Scotty.
think they needed what they needed to
They
do.
sure hit it good. That's Phil
Yeah.
Jackson there, I guess, because Phil did a good job of keeping the team together.
You remember that famous moment where I think that's the one that Tony Kukoc hit on the Knicks, the game winner, where Scotty had an argument with Phil Jackson. Phil was
wanted
like,
to take
"Okay,
the
you don't
shot.
want a part of this. Get out of the way,
Right.
or whatever," and left him off the bench. Remember that?
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember.
he wanted to take the
So-
shot or something like that. Yeah,
It's, I think so.
Was it
Yeah, I
something like
think so.
that
I don't
this time?
remember, but I think so.
Kukoc took the shot, right?
Yeah.
The Kukoc hit the shot.
Right.
It was designed for Kukoc, and Pippen wasn't feeling it. He's like, yo,
wasn't
dog, I'm
feeling
the
it.
star, dog. Give me the ball.
Because that was one of them years Mike was out, wasn't it?
No, Mike
Yeah,
was
that
there.
was the year.
Was he there? Okay.
Mike was there, right? Because they didn't beat the Knicks that year. They got robbed. Really.
But I remember that situation you talking about though between Kukoc
Yeah.
and Pippen. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Mike was there, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure. I don't know.
Nah, Mike wasn't there. Mike had his dad killed, and I'm sorry,
That year.
his dad was taken out, and he was in baseball, but he was on his way back the next year.
Okay. Yeah, they
But
got
I'll say
beat
this.
that first year back too.
I say this, in that year, Pippen showed how valuable he was to that thing. He carried them to I think the second best record or third best record in the Eastern. He won the MVP in the All-Star game. Man, Pippen forever will be disrespected. He will never get the.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate
That
it.
year he
I
showed he
hate
could be the man on a team though.
For sure,
did.
bro. Like people
Definitely did.
downplaying him. The other day, Carrier was saying that Dominic Wilkins, Charles Barkley, and Karl Malone were better than him. I was like, you gotta be kidding me, bro. Like,
I will say this. I will give entertainment to Barkley. I think Barkley gets disrespected as well because he never won a championship.
Yeah.
The man was 6'4", 6'3" and a half to be exact, and was dominating the league at the big position. But definitely not Mo Malone. Malone wouldn't be sheep dip without Stockton, and definitely not. Who else did you say?
Dominique.
Dominique.
I love me some
He
Dominique.
played at the
I
wrong
love
time.
me some Dominique. But he's not
Dominique
better.
had Mike, Bird, Magic. He just played at the wrong time.
Hey, Kaz, I know you gotta go, but I love him. I was a Dominique Wilkins fan, bro.
Dominique had too many
I
superstars around him.
loved him.
The same thing happened to Dominic that happened to Chocolate Thunder. They just came out of the wrong era.
Yeah.
I love me some Dominique, but Pippen, bro. When I say Pippen, I believe Pippen is closer to top 10 than what's his name, Stephen Curry. Stephen Curry.
He could shoot.
I truly, if we were talking about putting somebody in the top 10, I would put him over top 10 than Stephen Curry, bro.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, bro, but I got a lot of love for Steph Curry because he did change the game. But I know you got to go. Yeah, he ain't top 10 all time, Kaz. I'm sorry. I've seen too much basketball to say that. Too much. And what boxing, what Irony said, I don't even think he was the best player on his team.
Curry would have been a role player
Thank you.
back in the days. of
How
Mike
can
Dunn.
you be a top 10 all-time great player when Clay is the one defending whatever all-star point guard comes your way? Like
Let me tell
literally.
y'all about Steph Curry. Back in
Come
Mike
on,
Jordan's
bro.
era, he would have been a role player. He would have
He would have been a role player. He would have been a role player.
A
Spot up
three-pointer.
shooter,
You
bro.
couldn't live
Spot up
off just
shooter.
being no three-point shooter back
He
then.
would have been a role player, and you can
That's
put your
all he
hand
would've
on
Shooter,
him.
homie.
Somebody
Like
could
tell
put
him
your
to
hand-
shoot. That's all he would have been.
Cass, you're speaking the truth because back then you could put your hand on his hip.
Yeah.
You can control where the fudge he goes.
And you couldn't make no career off just shooting three-pointers back in them days, man.
I
You had to
wish
be able to
people-
drive to the
I mean, you
basket.
could. You had your
Play
Mark
defense.
Prices and your. I
Who?
mean, you could your Mark Prices and your. You
Who?
could make
Mark
a career
Price?
out of that, you know. Yeah, Mark Price, or what was his
Mark
name? I know his
Price.
last name is Price. He was
That
good.
was Mark
Cass.
Price.
He was good.
Mark Price played for Cleveland, remember?
Is he in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Mark Price?
Or like
Yeah,
a
Mark
Chris
Price.
Mullen. Or
He
like a
ain't no
Chris
household
Mullen.
name.
Okay. How about this? How about this?
Cass said he ain't a Hall of Famer.
Okay, how about this one? Chris Mullen, like a Chris Mullen or a Mark Price. Pretty good. Not a legend, but pretty good,
Chris
you know.
Mullen. Curry would have been on their. Curry would have been on their level. Yeah,
Exactly.
but that's all.
I don't know because you could put your hand on him though, Cass. Remember?
Yeah, well, you
Look at
got to give
that.
Mark Price and Chris Mullen that over Curry.
That's my big
They
problem.
played
on
in
That's
that,
what
bro.
that's what he's saying because they played in that time where you could do that.
Yeah, those are good points. They played in that era.
And see, Cass, when you say that, a lot of people don't. Go ahead, Cass. My bad.
That's what I was saying though, that would put them over Steph Curry. Both of them.
No.
Mark Curry and
But what you're saying,
Chris Mullen.
what you saying, these young bucks don't know about. They don't know about hand checking. They didn't never play the game with that ish. They don't know how that is effective.
Both of them in front of Steph Curry.
And
That's
how
another.
God's name?
Arnie,
like,
you just
every
made
time-
another point against Steph Curry when you named
Of
them.
course. That's the big one because every time the point guard is either Kyrie Irving or Russell Westbrook or D Rose or a killer like that, it's Clay on them. Oh, but when the point guard is
Right.
Patrick Beverly or Michael Conley or no, it's Steph on them. I mean, come on, bro. Seriously,
Oh, Mark
bro.
Price.
I don't give a damn.
That's what you was talking about.
I don't give a damn if you score.
Yeah, the
50.
Cavalier.
Cleveland.
Yeah, the Cavalier. Cass, when you said it, I thought you had a memory lapse for a second.
Right?
Yeah, the white guy, 25, number 25.
Last couple seconds
pretty
just
good,
came into
Cap.
my mind who he
Yeah, he was pretty
was.
good. Trust
Yeah, he
me,
was real
pretty
good. Oh, he way better than Steph Curry, man. Mark Price. This
I'm
not even the
telling
same
you,
conversation.
defend them. I don't
Not
give a
even the
damn.
same
I don't give a
conversation.
damn if they score 50 on you.
I didn't realize who
Take
you was
on the
talking
challenge,
about.
bro. Take
Yeah,
on the
Mark
challenge and
Price.
defend them, bro. I have a real-
I knew because when you said who the fuck, he ain't no Hall of Famer to me.
I couldn't put the name with the face. The name with the face. But now I know, yeah.
Now you know who he. That boy was tough, man. He
Not even the
was
same
tough.
conversation, him and Steph Curry, man. No. Mark Price could also drive to the basket and play defense and stuff too.
Exactly. He could actually play defense. He could actually
Yeah.
play defense.
So what I will say is I would have liked to see Steph against hand checking. How would that have impacted him? Because it was tough to go around these as a guard of his size. That's why when people hate on Isaiah Thomas, I like, you don't know what the fudge you
Oh
are talking
my
about.
goodness.
That's another little one.
That's one of the goats. That's one of the goats, right? My goat point guard will forever be Stockton, but Isaiah to me is my number 2.
They had him at 6'1". Isaiah probably like 5'11".
Now let me ask you this, T. Hill. Do you think Steph could have worked
5'11", that Cass.
Yeah.
Huh?
Do you think Steph?
Well, you said what, Iron?
With the hand checking, do you think Steph could have maybe work around the pick?
I think so. I think so. So for me. Oh, go ahead, Cass. I'm sorry. No, go ahead, Cass.
I was just gonna say he could come in as a role player, make a couple threes, and then go back to the bench. Steph could.
He
Yeah,
could
that's
work around the
good.
pick, Cass. I believe that.
Yeah,
I think he
that's what
could
I'm
be
saying.
effective, you know?
Work around a few picks. Get
I
somebody
definitely-
some rest.
I definitely think
I like
he.
the guy, man. Go ahead, T.
No, I definitely think he could be beneficial, but he would have to show that he could work. See, I could say all day that I think so because I do believe so. I think he's got because I think that what he has done is not easy for somebody of his stature, and then on top of that, his lack of elite athleticism. So I give him the ability to adjust. I think that I have to see it against that because what Cass says, a lot of people don't take into consideration because they don't understand how impactful hand checking was. You literally can force a guy a certain way.
Certain direction. Yeah.
So we know he doesn't like to go left. You can hand check his ass, make him go left all day.
Then if he don't have his shot, then he got to pass it.
So it to me, I think he could, because I just believe that, you know, he would find a way.
Yeah.
But at the same time, would he be as great as he is right now? I don't know. I don't think so.
Picks for him, like Arnie said, and he would be a role player.
So if you're getting set picks for, then that means they're not going to give you the credit that you deserve, because remember, Kaz, when people came off of picks, we talked about him. Oh, he can't do nothing. He got to get a pick to get his shot off.
That's right. That's why he would be a role player.
That's why.
And that's what they would call him. And that's why they. Go ahead, my bad, Aaron.
No. I was just gonna say that's why I'm not so high on Karl Malone. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh man, you don't even get me started on Karl Malone, bro. I know his whole career. Matter of fact, when he did the Hall of Fame speech, they should have had that Mickey Freaky Stockton right there with him. Because if there was no Stockton, he would not be in the damn Hall of Fame.
Exactly.
And I stand on that. I stand on. And when everybody tell me that Karl Malone was better than Charles Barkley, I say, Negro, please. Not in their wildest dreams was he ever. Charles Barkley could grab the rebound, go up the court, stop and hit a three. He could go up, stop, hit a mid shot. He can go all the way, make a layup. He can go all the way and dunk.
And
Let that make at 6'4".
Barkley could also handle the ball. People miss out on that.
That's what I'm saying. He could grab the rebound and go coast to coast, stop and pull a three, stop and pull a mid-range. He could go all the way, lay it up or dunk it. He could get the ball back somebody 5 inches taller than him and turn around and shoot a ball over him or dunk over him. There is nothing he could drop. He could drop a pass off to on the fast break. There's nothing. And I mean, absolutely nothing. Karl Malone did better than.
He had to get inside to operate. If he wasn't in there on the post, he couldn't do shit. Karl Malone couldn't.
He had to shoot that damn fadeaway. Now, that fadeaway was cash, though. I will say that. That fadeaway, turnaround fadeaway was cash.
He had to be close to the bat. He wasn't that far out, though.
No, not as far out. But if you got him 15 and in, it was cash.
Yeah.
But I stand on this, and I know you got to go, Cass. I stand on this. If there was no John Stockton, there would be no Hall of Fame Karl Malone. And I stand on
it. Bro, bingo.
Stockton's team.
Just like without Nash, there wouldn't be an Amari.
Malone was a role player.
Yep.
A role player, Cass, that made the Mickey Freaky Hall of Fame, and people say maybe the greatest power forward of all time.
Impossible. You got Tim Duncan, KG Dirk, Kevin McHale, Barkley. Nah, bro. No way.
Malone. Wow.
You be surprised when you ask me. No, matter of fact, on your next show, whenever you go live, do that topic and ask who the top power forwards of all time. Watch what these Negroes will say.
You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna
do it live tonight, Barney.
Probably. Yeah. What time? Is it? 7.
It's almost time.
Yeah,
now.
in about 2 hours. Yeah, in about 2 hours.
Okay, I'm gonna try to make it tonight. I promise. Yeah.
All right, Kaz, man. I know you've been on here for far too long, man. I greatly appreciate you bringing me up today. I greatly appreciate this conversation, man.
We'll continue on Arnie in 2 hours.
For sure, definitely. And let me go on and acknowledge people in the chat, man. Drunken Irishman came in, man. Shout out to the good brother Drunken Irishman. Matter of fact, put your link in the chat so you can get the people to comment, sub, and
give you some right there. He got some nice shorts, good channel.
Excellent, man. Also, my bad. Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, speak. My bad.
I didn't know Drunken Irishman came in. Wow.
I just seen you too. And he just came in though. It's that 303 and this is 307 now. Shout out to the good brother BVO Sports TV and the Sports Talk Network, man. I want to make sure that you guys go in there and tune in to the Sports Talk Network. Got plenty of great channels. We got TD Sports, we got D Free Sports, we got B3, we got BVO, we got Juan Claudio, man. You guys go out there and check out the Sports Talk Network. Shout out to who else was in this bad boy? Devin. I'm not sure who Devin is.
My grandson. He got like 50 letters in his name.
Well, shout out to the grandson, Devin the Belater 90, man. Shoot. Shout out to if you any kin to Cash, you gotta be of great stock.
Yeah, teenagers.
Yes.
You know how these
Hey,
teenagers.
hey, you better listen to your
They
granddad,
speak a
because
different language.
Yes. Otherwise, you're gonna get these hands, buddy.
otherwise you're gonna be like these YNs out here saying this wild stuff, doing these wild things. So stay close to the granddad Cash, man. You won't go wrong. Mike Mazik, the champ. Got Mike Rim, the fisherman. We had who else up in here? Oh, the lovely better half, Miss Victoria, aka Mrs. Cass. Shout out to Define Irony. Shout out to Cass Sports, the box story, and shout out to Cass Sports Boxing. It's Cass Sports Basketball. Cass Sports Baseball. Cass Sports, because you can talk anything sports, and Cass gonna have the info for you. You guys have a wonderful day. There go my man Drunken Irishman. Put the link in there, so please like, comment, and subscribe to that good brother there.
Yes.
And if you guys are in here catching on the playback, always welcome to come around and participate in chat. Cass come on 2:00 Eastern Standard Time. He's there Monday through Fridays. The channel pushes nothing but great content that covers the annals of the sports, particularly in boxing, but any sport that we will talk and discuss. And you always got a chance to speak your mind, come up, and whenever the channel opens the panel, definitely comment, definitely send super chats, definitely send likes, and definitely send us your love, man, because we appreciate you, man. And shout out to Define Irony. He's going to put his link up in the chat so that you guys can go further the conversations. Great channel, great man that was willing to listen to opinion, because we don't all know what the real is. The real gets settled in the ring, on the court, on the field, in the diamond, on the ice, wherever it takes place. On the soccer field, man, it's settled there. But you know what? We can talk about it and we can come to an understanding. So sub up to him, and we hope to have you back tomorrow, where we going to discuss what we discussing, Cass.
Young prospects and for 2026.
The young prospects of 2026, and see how they can further the sport of boxing, because, you know, boxing been in a rut. And shout out to those who do love boxing. Shout out to those who do love sports. If you want to come talk some sports, Cass Sports is the place to come talk it. And I'm out.
It's always a pleasure speaking with you, fine gentlemen. We should talk baseball one time, Cass. I do know some baseball, so that would be nice.
I love baseball.
In the meantime, brother, so you already know. I don't even need to say it, but I'm going to say it just for the fuck of it. I appreciate you, sir. God bless you. Everybody subscribe, like, comment, everything.
And what time you coming on tonight, Arnie? Tell them what time you coming on tonight.
In 2 hours. In 2 hours,
Okay.
it's safe to say. Yeah, two to 3 hours, but I think it's 2 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay, cool.
Appreciate you, sir. See you soon.
We out. Appreciate Thomas Hill. Hello, anybody still out there? I never ended the stream. Goodbye.